Chapter 756. In the basilica, everyone was discussing about other matters. The Lord seemed dissatisfied. The Right Divine General's expression was ugly too. He said lightly, "Today, Destiny Royal Court's distinguished guests are here. We'll discuss this later. If people from other royal courts were here, would it not be embarrassing for the royal court to discuss this?" It was not that no one knew about this. But embarrassing, it was also embarrassing for the Lord. What was there to be afraid of? Fan Ping felt that he needed to lead the situation. Although he was only rank 7, he was the crown prince with the highest chance of becoming the Lord. Moreover, there were many people supporting him. There were even a few true kings behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, in the next moment, Fan Ping spoke righteously, standing up and saying, "Lord Tianyu, Lord Extermination feels that there is no need to worry too much. This is not a secret. Ji Yao and the others saw it too. At this moment, the royal court needs to respond. Are we really going to let that thief Fan Ping continue to roam free?" When Fan Ping said his name, his face was livid. Despicable. He deserved to die. The Lord glanced at him and said lightly, "Extermination, the Tianji army is already searching the entire city, not enough." Fan Ping was not polite, saying loudly, "The Tianji army is not as good as it was. Commander-in-Chief of the 3 units. Lord, your injuries are extremely serious. There is no time to care about the Tianji army anymore. In recent years, the Right Marshal has been recuperating in seclusion. The right unit is also in a mess. As for the left unit," Fan Ping looked disdainful. He sneered. "The 10 armies of the left unit have long been in chaos. The left marshal has just entered the divine path. Who in the left unit is convinced? The Tianji army is the royal court's weapon of conquest, not a retirement home. The Tianji army that fought in all directions in the past, everywhere they went, there was no one who didn't submit, has already become a joke now." Fan Ping said loudly. "The Tianji army is named after the royal court. It was originally the royal court's strongest combat force, but now it has become a joke. Whose fault is it? The Lord is seriously injured, the Right Marshal is in seclusion. Among the 3 commanders, only the left marshal leads the Tianji army. The Tianji army has fallen into today's situation because of the left marshal's incompetence. Moreover, the Tianji army is also in chaos internally. Previously, he even cooperated with Li Yi in the imperial city to kill the Tianji army's general." At this time, Hua Qidao said coldly, "Your Highness, Kui Ming is—" Fan Ping cut him off abruptly. "Marshals Wu, you don't have to remind me. Whether Kui Ming was Fan Ping or not, there was no proof. If you said it was Fan Ping, would it really be Fan Ping? Perhaps someone had purposely framed Kui Ming." Kui Ming's death was strange, but since he was dead, there was naturally no way to refute it. All of you said that Maple Jade and Fenghua were Fan Ping's disguise. What a joke! Why don't you just say that I'm Fan Ping in disguise? Why don't you just kill me now and everything will be fine?" Fan Ping sneered. Feng Miexing was just that arrogant. He had no respect for the King Lord. After Fan Ping finished speaking, Lu Wushan added with a smile, "You must be joking, Your Highness. Anyone could be Fan Ping, except for Your Highness. Moreover, they kept talking about Fan Ping. Was it really Fan Ping? Right now, all of the information is provided by the Tianji army. We don't know if it's true or false. Also, there should be an explanation for the Tianji army's surveillance of the manors." Fan Ping smiled and said, "Hall Master Lu, is it Fan Ping?" Miexing guessed that the possibility of it being Fan Ping is still higher. Having said that, Fan Ping took a deep breath and said, "The reason why Miexing targeted Left Marshal and the Tianji army was actually not because he wanted to. Miexing believed that everything that happened earlier was all Fan Ping's doing. That's why Fan Ping must die. But can the Tianji army really kill Fan Ping now?" Fan Ping did not hide his suspicions, gritting his teeth and saying, "Miexing is worried that someone deliberately let Fan Ping go. Since Fan Ping is in Tianji City, then this time, No matter what, we must kill him. We don't know when Wang Zhu will return. During this period of time, we must let the Tianji army do their duty. Only then can we continue to trap Fang Ping. If we don't kill Fang Ping, I won't be able to rest easy. Fang Ping said loudly. Everyone. Is Fang Ping's calamity not enough to wake everyone up? Fang Ping's face was full of anger, shouting. He can disguise himself as anyone. He can move unscrupulously in the imperial city. He can destroy the mineral vein under Lord Tianyu's eyes. The current Fang Ping is only a venerable. Once he reaches divine general, divine path, who will kill him? Everyone says that Fang Ping is Miexing's nightmare, but he will be yours sooner or later. No, he's yours now. Fang Ping was agitated, shouting. That's why the Tianji army must change. Miexing, speak your mind. I don't trust Commanders Wu, and I don't trust the current Tianji army. Compared to them, I'd rather trust Ji Yao. Even Ji Yao will do her best to kill Fang Ping. You don't know how scary he is. If you let him go today, you'll regret it sooner or later. In the crowd, Ji Yao did not retort, which was rare. At this moment, although it had nothing to do with her, Ji Yao still said, Lord Tianyu, King Li, Ji Yao should not have participated in the Tianji royal court's matters. But killing Fang Ping must be done. Fang Ping can conceal his aura, he can change it. After reaching the venerable realm, he can even disguise himself as others, undetectable. He still has a large amount of imperishable substance. His vitality, force, and mentality can be infinitely recovered. The current him may not be worthy of Lord True King's attention, but when he becomes a true king, he'll be extremely terrifying. He might even be the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Lord Tianyu and Lord Black Dragon both experienced the battle 1,000 years ago. When news spread that Fang Ping was the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor, Lord Black Dragon came out of seclusion and said that he must kill Fang Ping. He must not let the Devil Emperor resurrect. After Ji Yao finished speaking, Fang Ping smiled. Ji Yao, looks like you and I have a common understanding. Ji Yao huffed. She did not want to pay attention to him. If not for killing Fang Ping, do you think I would pay attention to you? In the basilica, Feng Miexing and Ji Yao, the two princes with the highest hopes of becoming lords, were determined to kill Fang Ping. Now some people began to ponder. At this time, Hua Qidao said slowly, Your Highness Feng, do you mean that I let Fang Ping go on purpose? Fang Ping huffed coldly. Fine, I don't care if it's true or not. As long as Commander Zhou agrees, Fang Ping will die this time. Prince Feng Mansion will no longer participate in the Tianji army matter. Not only that, if you can kill Fang Ping, Prince Feng Mansion will not be stingy with your rewards. Hua Qi said nothing. Fang Ping said with an ugly expression, Commander Zhou doesn't even dare to agree to kill a venerable realm martial artist? There were 300,000 Tianji soldiers, dozens of divine generals, and many deity realm powerhouses. Was it so difficult to kill a revived martial artist in the imperial city? Since you can't do it, then Commander Zhou will step aside. Hua Qidao said lightly. Who does your Highness Feng think can guarantee that they can kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping shouted. At least he's more responsible than the left marshal. Hua Qi said. You've been targeting my Feng Mansion for a long time. Fang Ping is my greatest enemy, so it's not impossible that you deliberately let him go. Some words, don't force this commander to say it out. Having said that, Fang Ping looked straight at the Lord and said with an ugly expression, Previously, when the divine generals entered the palace to discuss matters, Fang Ping annihilated Duke Huai Manor. Something also happened in Duke Feng Manor. If I was at Duke Feng's residence that day, what would have happened to me? The Lord Huai King and the Lord bore the deepest grudge against Fang Ping. Fang Ping had yet to be killed. What was he waiting for? Were they waiting for the news of Feng extermination being killed by Fang Ping to spread? Their intentions are unforgivable. Your Highness, Duke Feng Manor will not let this matter rest. As soon as Fang Ping's words fell, chaos broke out in the basilica. Their mentality began to surge, and some people began to communicate telepathically. the divine general of the right said in a low voice. Phone extermination, some words cannot be spoken carelessly. Commander Yu, am I speaking carelessly? Fang Ping snorted coldly. If that's the case, then I'll say a few more words. That day in the 7 southern regions, the Longevity Sword and the Snake King left early, allowing Fang Ping to escape death. Now that Commander Zhao is here, I would like to ask you what exactly happened that day. At the front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said coldly. That day, when we ambushed Fang Ping, the 9 Grand Elders came together, including me. 8 Origin Path powerhouses, which are what you call Deity Path powerhouses, attacked at the same time. Apart from Lilong, who was Zhang Tao's spy, the 8 of them attacked together, but in the end, all of them died. 4th Elder and 5th Elder are powerhouses of Origin Path, but because Wu Quishan and Li Changxing returned early, they failed at the last moment. The powerhouses of the 7 southern regions couldn't even hold them back for 3 minutes. What a joke! Zhao Xingwu's expression was indifferent. Fang Ping also sneered. That day, Commander-in-Chief was in the 7 southern regions. Li kept urging me to kill the Longevity Sword. I didn't want to go, but Li impulsively wanted to kill the Longevity Sword alone. He's just a commander level. Does he really not know anything about the Longevity Sword? The Longevity Sword killed Monster Mu in the 7 southern regions previously. If Li is really stupid, then I'll believe it. But he's not stupid. If he could bribe Kui Ming and Jin Yuhuai, how could he be really stupid? He did it on purpose. Feng Mieshing, how dare you spout nonsense? Li Yi was furious. Fang Ping sneered. Nonsense? You never leave the palace. Why did you go to the 7 southern regions to supervise the battle? I also asked Commander Zhao why the ambush failed in the end. Commander Zhao once said that the key was that Zeli Kaluo killed one of their Deity Path powerhouses at the crucial moment. A Deity Path powerhouse second only to Commander Zhao. Zeli Kaluo. Uncle Wushan, do you know him? Lu Wushan said lightly. I do. Many years ago, I met him once in the Imperial City. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Yes. A martial artist who was reborn once appeared in the Imperial City, returned to the land of rebirth, and killed the Deity Path powerhouse who wanted to kill Fang Ping. What a joke! If Commander Zhao did not tell us, we would still be in the dark. If Uncle Wushan had not seen this person before, who would have thought that a Deity Path powerhouse from the land of rebirth had come to the Imperial City long before Commander Zhao? Yet this person saved Fang Ping. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Fang Ping had a playful look on his face. Suddenly, he looked at Xian Jin and Xian Tong on his right, whose faces were livid. He laughed even more unscrupulously. Even if Xian Jin had reached rank 8, at this moment, his face was flushed red. So everything was true. Wang Zhu had really been schemed to death. Ji Yao's expression was also fluctuating. Suddenly, she asked, Lord Li, did Zeli Kaluo really come to Sky Plant City before? Li Zhu sighed suddenly and said softly, Yes. The crowd was instantly in chaos. Li Zhu said slowly, However, that was before I was injured. At that time, he and I reached an agreement. He went to the land of rebirth and cooperated with the Pope to give the land of rebirth a fatal blow at the crucial moment. However, after I was injured, I could no longer control the situation. I didn't expect him to be a spy of the Pantheon gods. I'm afraid that when he came to the Imperial City that year, he came with the intention of finding out secrets. From the beginning to the end, he was a member of the Pantheon gods. The Right God General also added, That's right. I've seen Zeli Kaluo before. Back then, he agreed to cooperate with us. He agreed very readily. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid there's a trap. Fang Ping said lightly. Li Yi took the initiative to attack the Longevity Sword. Is that really stupid? Li Yi said coldly. You have a part in it too. Fang Ping sneered. I have a huge grudge against MC Meiyu. So what if I admit that I'm stupid? When I see someone from MC Meiyu, I want to kill him. Why can't I? You, on the other hand, are you the same? Or are you really so stupid that you overestimate yourself? Li Yi's expression was livid. Fang Ping said again. Someone so stupid can also become a venerable. I find it hard to believe. Having said that, Fang Ping said playfully. That day, the true king of the land of rebirth was restrained. According to the royal ancestor, originally, enough. These words were not said by the royal lord's faction, but by Tian Yu. Tian Yu glanced at Fang Ping and said lightly, Feng Miesheng, enough is enough. Fang Ping glanced at Tian Yu, his face full of unwillingness. After a while, he said slowly, Sir is the guardian of the royal court. He protects the royal court, not a family. Fang Ping's problem, could it be that Sir also? Humph! Tian Yu snorted softly. He was already slightly angry. At this time, Lu Wuxian said hurriedly, Miesheng, stand down! Beside him, Jing Zhu also shouted, Your Highness, be careful with your words. They were also a little frightened. His Highness could not say anything more. If he continued, he might anger Tian Yu's guardian. At this time, in the basilica, many divine generals looked at Fang Ping. Some shook their heads, indicating that he should not continue, while others looked at him mockingly, waiting to watch the show. On the right, Xian Tong and Xian Jin's expressions had already calmed down, but their eyes were extremely gloomy. Now they knew what was going on. The true king of the Xian family was definitely killed by someone's scheme. Despicable! Li Zhu was still calm and collected. After a long time, he said slowly, So Miesheng thinks that I let Fang Ping go on purpose? Miesheng did not mean that. Fine. The royal lord said with a smile. Actually, there are some things that I can no longer control, and I don't have the energy to do anything about. If that's the case, Qi Dao, you've just entered the divine path. It's better for you to go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize your realm and go further. Miesheng, who do you think is suitable for the position of left commander? Who can make you believe that they can kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping replied. Miesheng thinks that divine general Jing Zhu can do it. As soon as he said that, a divine general powerhouse immediately said, Divine General Jing Zhu has just entered the divine path. Your Highness Feng, this is not appropriate. I think Divine General Hua Ping can do the position of left commander. No, Divine General Hua Ping. Everyone started discussing. The other 7 hall masters were also powerhouses on the Divine General's ranking. These people began to discuss one after another. Fang Ping said straightforwardly, If they can kill Fang Ping, anyone can. If they can't, then find Fang Ping's enemy. Feng Mansion cannot trust anyone else. As soon as he said that, Lu Wuxian suddenly laughed. Your Highness, now that you mention it, I think of someone. Everyone looked at him. Lu Wuxian laughed. Marshal Zhao. Marshal Zhao failed to kill Fang Ping and came to the royal court in the end. He has a blood feud with Fang Ping. Moreover, Marshal Zhao is strong enough. I think no one will object to Marshal Zhao taking the position of left commander. No, that won't do. But Alliance leader Zhao has just come to the royal court. How can he be so careless? These people started arguing again. However, among the crowd, more than 10 divine general powerhouses said, Marshal Zhao is more suitable. There were also 4 to 5 true king manners who voiced their support. Li Zhu glanced at the crowd, a faint smile on his face. Below, the right divine general said slowly, Marshal Zhao killed Bai Zhu previously. The Tianji army might not be convinced. Fang Ping laughed. Convinced? Marshal Zhao's strength is here. Those who are not convinced can be killed. Why would they not be convinced? Does the royal court need everyone to be convinced if they want to rule the world? What a joke! The Tianji army is a weapon of war. As long as Marshal Zhao can suppress those who are not convinced, that's enough. The moment he said that, everyone was suddenly speechless. Lu Wuxian even smiled and said, Your Highness is the one who sees things clearly. Just as Your Highness said, the royal court controls the world, not because all living beings are equal. The current royal court is no longer as domineering as it was in the past. When did it become the turn of a group of weaklings to question the change of marshal? Back then, when the king, left commander, and right commander led the Tianji army, they also respected strength. Li Zhu interrupted. Since everyone thinks that Marshal Zhao is suitable, then Marshal Zhao will be the left commander. As for Marshal Zhao's headquarters, Fang Ping said, Divine General Jing Zhu can do it. As soon as he said that, the Lord was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Yes. Fang Ping was all smiles. He glanced at Hua Yu and the rest with pride, a look of disdain on his face. Are you worthy to fight with me? Hua Yu and the rest did not look too good, but they did not say anything. At least Jing Zhu was not the left commander. If Zhao Xingwu was the left commander, he might not listen to Prince Feng Mansion. The matter of the Tianji army's left commander was settled so easily. Zhao Xingwu sat there without saying a word, instantly becoming one of the three commanders. As for the Tianji army, among the three, the center was the most respected, followed by the left, and then the right. Fan Ping glanced at Zhao Xingwu. In the next meeting, would you be sitting at the seat of honor on the left? Just like that, he became the Tianji Royal Court's military commander? That was really easy. If Zhao Xingwu was a spy, it would be too easy for him to get the position. These fellows from the catacombs were really ruthless. Zhao Xingwu came from Earth, everyone knew that. He was not on the same side as the catacombs, everyone knew that too. But to prevent others from benefiting, these fellows had so easily acquiesced to Zhao Xingwu being the left commander, even if he might kill the 100,000 troops of the left commander. At the same time, Fan Ping looked at the Lord again. Was the Lord such a coward? He admitted it just like that. He was afraid that it was not like that. This fellow, perhaps he had the same idea. As he thought about it, Fan Ping glanced at the outer hall from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, something stirred in his heart. F***ck, did I expose myself? I don't think so. The Lord, this old fox, seemed to have discovered something. Fan Ping sensed that the entire imperial court was locked down. Was he suspecting me, or was he suspecting others? Or was he suspecting all of them? If this went on with a true king here, would he be exposed? Fan Ping felt a little frightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly he transmitted his voice to Lu Wuxian and the rest. They frowned slightly, but after a while they nodded slightly, not saying a word. Fan Ping settled this and heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly he smiled and said, King, extermination has a request. The Lord was all smiles. He said, Tell me about it. Fan Ping looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked annoyed. Why was this fellow looking at her? Extermination wants to marry Ji Yao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The place was in chaos. Ji Yao was also furious. She shouted, Feng extermination, who do you think you are? You don't deserve it. Fan Ping smiled. Ji Yao, didn't you look down on me? You and I are both descendants of true kings and high-ranked martial artists. Let's be straightforward. If I can kill Fan Ping, you and I will become partners. How about that? Killing Fan Ping is also what you and I hope to see. If I can't kill Fan Ping, I admit that I'm afraid. With Fan Ping around, I might not be able to step into divine path. Naturally, I won't be qualified to marry you. But as long as I kill Fan Ping, the fear in my heart will disappear. After consuming the holy fruit, I might be able to step into divine general very soon. Now that the war is about to start, you know what I mean. When that time comes, divine path and true king might not be impossible. Ji Yao, what do you think? As he said that, he looked at the Lord and smiled. King, please bear witness. The smile on the Lord's face gradually faded. What an arrogant fellow. The so-called hope of becoming a true king was just short of saying that he was going to replace the Lord's position. At this moment, if he could still maintain his smile, he would really be stepped on and rubbed against the ground. Feng extermination! Li Zhu said lightly. Are you confident that you can kill Fang Ping? Fang Ping smiled. Of course. If not, then let's not talk about today's matter. Ji Yao, what do you think? Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao again. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. She said coldly, kill Fang Ping first. Fang Ping will die this time. Fang Ping said coldly, I've been studying him for a long time. This person is extremely bold. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. He thinks that we're all idiots, but he doesn't know that he's the real idiot. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, kill! As soon as he said that, in the basilica, several divine generals suddenly attacked. Outside the basilica, there were hundreds of retainers, including some rank 8 martial artists. However, facing 7 to 8 divine generals' powerhouses, including powerhouses like Lu Wushan, how could they resist? No! Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Someone in the palace actually attacked them. Feng extermination! Someone roared. Fang Ping shouted. Fang Ping might be hiding among these people. He thinks that I don't know what he's thinking. This person definitely hasn't left the vicinity of the imperial court. This time, if I don't kill Fang Ping, I won't stop. As for these people, Feng Manchu will compensate for your losses. Now get rid of these suspicious people first. No one is allowed to leave the basilica. Fang Ping said coldly. Fang Ping hasn't been able to find him. Maybe the previous verification methods were useless. No one knows how good his disguise is. This time, when the imperial ancestor returns, other than a few people, I'll even suggest the imperial ancestor to destroy the city. Nonsense. Crazy. Feng extermination, how dare you? Everyone scolded him. Fang Ping said with a ferocious expression. Everyone, don't shout. Later, you'll have to prove everything. I suspect that Fang Ping might even be hiding among you. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said coldly, some people have never been investigated. Sir Tianyu, are you sure that the imperial court is really the imperial court of Godland? Have you ever thought of investigating someone? You can't find Fang Ping even after turning the entire imperial city upside down. But Fang Ping disappeared before everyone's eyes, appearing frequently near the imperial court. Tianyu's expression changed. He looked at the imperial lord subconsciously. The investigation was still going on. However, there was one person that no one had thought of investigating. He did not need to show his strength, did not need to show everything about him, and no one dared to skin him and pull out his tendons to investigate. Because according to his situation, he might die if he was investigated like this. At this moment, not only Tianyu, but the basilica was eerily quiet. A person with no strength but an extremely high status. Such a person did not need to attack, did not need to show his strength, and would not be watched all the time. If Fang Ping really found a chance to kill him and replace him. Many people were terrified. Was it possible? The imperial lord was Fang Ping? No, it couldn't be. Outside, the killing stopped very quickly. Lu Wushan and the rest surrounded Fang Ping. A maple leaf appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and he said with a gloomy expression, extermination doesn't believe that Fang Ping can really escape from this place. But all the signs are proving that Fang Ping can't find him. He's extremely bold. He even dared to attack Sir Tianyu. Why is he so bold? Because he's confident. He's confident that no one will find him. He's so confident that even Lord True King can't find him. Extermination can't help but suspect, can't help but think. I want to kill him too much. If I don't kill him, I might have to live in a nightmare for the rest of my life. I can't accept this. Above, the imperial lord looked around and suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, saying slowly, I've underestimated you. I've actually also suspected that Fang Ping might be hiding in the imperial palace. But I didn't expect, ha ha ha. The imperial lord laughed and said helplessly, I didn't expect you to be so suspicious, extermination. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. I can't help but suspect. Imperial Lord, extermination is not being disrespectful. But if I can't find Fang Ping, there will be big trouble sooner or later. Today, I want to check everyone. Maybe you guys think that I'm not qualified. Sir Tianyu is here, but Sir Tianyu checking is inappropriate. I want to wait for the Imperial Lord to return. I've already sent someone to send a message to the True King Hall. When the Imperial Lord returns, let 2 true kings and above in the Imperial City go check. In other words, he did not even trust Tianyu. Lu Wuxian and the rest were visibly moved, but they guarded Feng extermination firmly. Above, the Imperial Lord did not speak again. Tianyu gave Fang Ping a deep look and said slowly, "The Maple King has a good grandson." "You flatter me, sir," Fang Ping said in a low voice. "Extermination is just not satisfied." After returning from the battlefield, extermination has already entered a dead end. If Fang Ping doesn't die, then extermination might die in his hands. Since it has already reached the point where it's either you or I, then extermination can only seek survival. In front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said indifferently, "Just say it. If you want to check the Imperial Lord, why don't I do it on your behalf?" Zhao Xingwu smiled faintly. "Although I'm not as good as a true king, if I were to check inch by inch, I might be able to find some clues." Insolence. The Right Divine General flew into a rage and shouted, "Zhao Xingwu, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you!" "Ha!" Zhao Xingwu laughed. "I'm just saying. Can I really do that? Then let's wait for the Maple King and the other true kings to return, then we'll decide what to do." At this point, Ji Yao and the rest did not speak anymore. The people from Destiny Royal Court looked at each other, looking like they were waiting for a good show. This was really going to be a good show. Feng Extermination actually suspected the Imperial Lord. Maybe he was not suspecting at all, but was deliberately looking for an opportunity to let the Maple King investigate the Imperial Lord. Maybe the Maple Mansion was suspecting something? Feng Extermination did not even believe in Tianyu's guardian. What a pity! At this moment, Ji Yao suddenly felt that it was a pity that the Maple King was not here. Feng Extermination was too anxious. Maybe they should wait. Wait for the Maple King to come and talk about this. At that time, there would really be a good show to watch. At this moment, on the throne, true King Tianyu did not speak. The Imperial Lord did not speak either. The basilica continued to sink into an eerie silence. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Fang Ping suddenly cursed. "It can't be so coincidental, damn it!" Above the throne, Li Zhu suddenly felt relieved. He shook his head and laughed. "Extermination, you!" Fang Ping did not care about him. He leaped into the air and flew outside. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu and the others had already flown out. In the basilica, Ji Yao also hurriedly used the flight step. Suddenly she spoke telepathically. "Uncle Wang, isn't this too coincidental?" Just as we suspected Imperial Lordly, Fang Ping revealed his aura. "Imperial Lord? Is there a problem? And Fang Ping? Is it really Fang Ping?" Or should I say, from the beginning to the end, it was all a trap. Ji Nan's gaze was complicated. She spoke telepathically. There are too many inside stories. Maybe it might not be Fang Ping who is causing trouble. The internal strife in the Sky Plant's royal court is too serious. Someone might be using Fang Ping's name to do something. But this time, the Maple King and the Imperial Lord's faction have completely fallen out. Ji Nan's tone was also extremely complicated. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. The next moment, in the distance, Feng Extermination roared. "What a joke! Fang Ping is the Phoenix Sparrow? This is not Fang Ping's aura at all. What a joke! Ha ha, what a great show! Godland actually has such an extraordinary person. The royal court actually has such an extraordinary person. I have learned something new." Feng Extermination laughed maniacally. Ji Yao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Phoenix Sparrow? In the distance, in the monster hall in the palace, the Phoenix Sparrow's voice was anxious and angry. How did it become Fang Ping? Moreover, dozens of god generals were surrounding it. It was so scared. "Ji Yao, save me!" the phoenix sparrow screeched madly. Its mentality was fluctuating violently. Save me. These people were looking at it with such terrifying gazes. A few god generals had even controlled it. Its immortal god had just recovered, and now it was injured again. The sky plant's royal court was so fierce. It was a descendant of a true king. They could not do this. The phoenix sparrow screeched loudly. It also had a true king patriarch. It was also Ji Yao's partner. They could not kill it. It was also because of this that the surrounding god generals did not make a move. Fan Ping, was the phoenix sparrow? In that instant, they did not know if the aura that the phoenix sparrow revealed was Fan Ping's. Almost no one had seen Fan Ping before, except for Ji Yao and Feng Extermination. But they recognized the vitality force. Demons like the phoenix sparrow also cultivated vitality. However, it was different from the land of rebirth. Why would there be a change in his aura for no reason? In the great hall, Feng Mieshing was laughing hysterically, laughing like a man-an. Scam! Despicable! At the same time, in the hall, there were still many people who had not left. Many of them looked at King Lord. King Lord suddenly sighed softly. Who is it? Tian Yu's expression changed. He said slowly, I don't know. Li Zhu. Halfway through his sentence, Tian Yu sighed suddenly, and did not say anything else. Who was it? Was it really Fan Ping? At this moment, even he was uncertain. Who was Fan Ping? Or perhaps, from the beginning to the end, there was no Fan Ping. This was a scam. A scam created by a person. What was the other party's goal? Tian Yu glanced at Li Zhu from the corner of his eyes. How many more things did he not tell him? Are you, really Li Zhu? Chapter 757. Clang clang. In the beast hall, the phoenix sparrow was still calling out. Fan Ping's expression was cold. He was no longer laughing maniacally. His expression was grim. When Ji Yao arrived, she felt the phoenix sparrow's anxiety and fear. She said angrily, The phoenix sparrow can't be Fan Ping. Clang clang. The phoenix sparrow nodded hurriedly. It was not Fan Ping. Fan Ping said lightly. Where did this Fan Ping come from? Don't worry, Ji Yao. I'm not crazy. As Fan Ping said that, he looked around. Seeing that Hua Qidao and the others had also come, he smiled widely, but his tone was cold. Fan Ping? Has anyone seen Fan Ping until now? It's all speculation. If I remember correctly, the one who deliberately led me to think about Fan Ping was Marshal Zhua, no, the current Divine General of Flowers, right? Fan Ping said lightly. The so-called change of aura and concealment of strength were all said by the Divine General of Flowers. After the Huai Manor was destroyed, only the Divine General of Flowers and a few generals of the Tianji army were outside the Imperial City. That day, the other Divine Generals were in the palace, but you guys weren't. After Kui Ming's death and Feng Hua's disappearance, the Tianji army has been patrolling around the manor. The sky screen appeared to monitor the mansions, for our safety? Ha ha ha, to investigate every move of the Divine Generals in the city. To look for an opportunity. I'm too stupid. Fan Ping shook his head and sighed softly. If I say it's Fan Ping, everyone will believe that it's Fan Ping. Because my grudge with Fan Ping is as deep as the sea, everyone will take my word seriously. Fan Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. His eyes were dark as he said darkly. Brilliant. Too brilliant. The first person in the city who said it might be Fan Ping was me. Now, if I admit it's not Fan Ping, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? Amazing. Extermination is still too young. He's been fooled since the beginning. Fan Ping's words made everyone come to a sudden realization. In the vast imperial city, the first person to announce Fan Ping's arrival was indeed Feng Mieshing. Hua Qidao did not say it clearly. When the Huai Manor was destroyed, Hua Qidao only said a few words. Now that he thought about it, Hua Qidao's words were actually directed at Fan Ping. Lu Wuxian suddenly said with a gloomy face, "If I remember correctly, almost all the immortal generals in the city are under surveillance. Only the left and right marshals of the Tianji army have no supervision, right?" Everyone was speechless. Hua Qidao looked around and said slowly, "What is Palace Lord Lu trying to say?" Lu Wuxian said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Hua Qi said, "You know it better than I do. In the entire imperial city, only you and the right marshal can move freely. You and the right commander often go to Wanting Tower as well. Divine General Jinan and the others thought that you were there to assist in the investigation and capture the culprit. But who knew if someone had done it on purpose? We can't find the thief. The thief is among you. Of course we can't find him. Palace Master Lu, are you saying that it was me and the right commander who took action? He isn't it? Hua Qidao said plainly. Palace Lord Lu has overestimated me. I admit that I am still not good enough to fool the heavenly generals. The right commander can. Lu Wuxian sneered. Not only the right commander, but the three powerhouses of the past can as well. Having said that, Lu Wuxian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Forget it, everything is just speculation. I won't say much. When Lord Feng Wang returns, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At this moment, Lu Wuxian and the others no longer believed in the Lord's faction. Not just the Lord's faction, but Tian Yu as well. Tian Yu might be in cahoots with the Lord's faction. Including the explosion of the mine, it could all be a self-directed and self-acted show. Several heavenly generals surrounded Fan Ping, Hua Yu, and the others. Some heavenly generals were also extremely vigilant, surrounding the crown princes. The other true king descendants who were not crown princes were also protected by heavenly generals. Some of the true king descendants held various items in their hands. A true king's avatar. Not every true king would be willing to cut off a true king's avatar. This thing was quite damaging to a true king. In the past, when Minister Wan had sent Zhang Tao's avatar to Fan Ping, he had even warned him not to let other true kings snatch it away. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly destroyed the avatar while fighting Zhang Tao, it could easily cause Zhang Tao to freeze for a moment. That was why true kings' avatars were rare, but there were 49 true kings in Sky Plant's royal court. Even if not all of them had cut off their mentality, there were still 8 to 10 of them. At this moment, at least 6 or 7 of them had mentality avatars in their hands. Seeing this, Hua Qidao suddenly let out a long sigh in his heart. The Lord's faction might be in trouble this time. Even he did not dare to think about it. The first person to mention Fan Ping was not him, not Feng Yexing, but the Lord. No one had seen Fan Ping before. Even he had not seen him before. It was just a shop's manager who had disappeared. At that time, no one had sensed Fan Ping's aura, so no one could confirm that it was Fan Ping. The one who had confirmed it was Fan Ping was the Lord. What a show! Beside him, Ji Yao glanced angrily at the crowd, her heart filled with rage. This time, she did not care about Sky Plant's royal court's losses, but Sky Fate Royal Court had suffered heavy losses. Among the 5 high-ranked monsters, 2 were dead, and the remaining 3 were heavily injured. When Thousand Court Tower exploded earlier, the middle-ranked martial artists she had brought with her were almost all dead. Now, out of the 100 people in the envoy group, there were only about 20 high-ranked martial artists left. In the end, it was proven that all of this was caused by Sky Plant's royal court's own internal strife. She even wanted Uncle King to cooperate with Sky Plant's royal court to eliminate Fan Ping, but in the end, she was played in the palm of someone else's hand. How hateful! While it was hateful, it was also terrifying. On Sky Plant's royal court's side, someone wanted to be the mastermind. Lord Li had serious suspicions. Not only Lord Li, but King Maple's faction might also have some plans. These people looked extremely stupid, but they were just playing dumb. At this moment, Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. Sky Plant's royal court might look like a mess, but did they really lose much of their strength? It was just a loss of face. The one who had really suffered heavy losses was Sky Fate Royal Court. A true king powerhouse had fallen. These people schemed casually, and they did not suffer many losses themselves. Sky Fate Royal Court was just cooperating, but in just a few days, a true king had died. Can we really cooperate with Sky Plant's Royal Court? Although Lord King and Father are strong, sometimes strength is not enough to change everything. Without an overwhelming advantage, these people are so cunning. Can King Ancestor and the rest really scheme to win against Sky Plant's Royal Court that has been fighting with the Land of Rebirth for countless years? Ji Yao suddenly wavered. At this moment, in her eyes, Sky Plant's Royal Court was a gathering place for a group of sinister villains. Sky Fate Royal Court liked to be straightforward, using strength to crush everything. However, Sky Fate Royal Court could not crush Sky Plant's Royal Court. In this case, if they cooperated, perhaps Sky Fate Royal Court would suffer a great loss. No, they had already suffered a great loss. A true king powerhouse had fallen. This was already an unbearable loss. Ji Yao looked around, gently comforting Phoenix Sparrow, no longer saying anything. Her heart was cold. This was not a place to stay for long. Fan Ping was also observing everyone. He said slowly, "Whether or not Phoenix Sparrow is it, Uncle Wushan, you and God General Ji Nan check it out. Otherwise, if we can't find Fan Ping after some time, someone will say that Phoenix Sparrow is Fan Ping in disguise and has already left the Imperial City. That would be a joke." Lu Wushan and the rest sneered. That was really possible. Ji Nan saw the situation and did not stop them. He said in a low voice, "Then check it out carefully. However, Fan Ping is disguised as a demon. Forget it, I don't want to say anything more. What a joke. If Fan Ping really had this ability, then from now on, no one in the world would have the ability to capture Fan Ping. He could even disguise as a monster. That meant that Fan Ping could disguise as anything. No matter how strong a golden body powerhouse was, there was still a limit. Everyone stopped talking. Lu Wushan and Ji Nan began to check Phoenix Sparrow inch by inch. Phoenix Sparrow's cries became much sharper. It was a female. These guys, they had gone too far. It was also a descendant of a true king. After leaving Sky Plant's Royal Court this time, it wanted to return to the Guardian Royal Court to complain. The people of Sky Plant's Royal Court were not good people. They had humiliated it again and again. In the midst of Phoenix Sparrow's sharp cries, Lu Wushan retracted his mentality. He shook his head and said, "No. Of course, if Fan Ping can disguise as a demon, that means he can change at will. Actually, it's the same whether we check or not. There's no way to check at all." Lu Wushan smiled faintly. If he can even disguise as a demon, then what's so difficult about disguising his internal organs? Now that even the demons are suspicious, there's no way to check anymore. Lu Wushan's words silenced everyone again. That was right. If Fan Ping could even disguise as a demon, then what else could he not disguise as? Checking the internal organs at this time. That would be a huge joke. Demons and humans were fundamentally different. If he could even disguise as a demon, why would he be afraid that he could not change his internal organs? As Lu Wushan said that, he laughed and said, "Actually, there's no need to check anymore. Because we might have been checking on a Fan Ping that doesn't even exist in Godland. Maybe the other party is still free and unfettered in the Land of Rebirth. If this gets out, I'm afraid we'll be the biggest joke in the world. If the Land of Rebirth finds out, I don't know what a joke it will be." Lu Wushan shook his head. This was really a big joke. In the crowd, Ji Yao said coldly, "Doesn't Sky Plant's Royal Court have spies in the Land of Rebirth? Let them go and confirm it." Hua Qidao frowned. In order to besiege and kill Fan Ping previously, the spies have been completely wiped out. Moreover, if Fan Ping really wanted to leave, he wouldn't do it with great fanfare. Fan Ping sneered. At this time, if Fan Ping appeared in the outer territory or somewhere else, that would be interesting. It's a pity that every place is besieging Fan Ping now. If not, I might be able to enjoy a big show this time. After saying that, Fang Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao seemed to be telepathically connected with him at this time. Suddenly, she snorted coldly and said, "Then force Fang Ping to show himself. Isn't MCMAU in the 7 Southern Territory? Now, the 7 Southern Territory is besieging MCMAU and killing all of them. How can he not show himself?" Fang Ping's heart stirred. The 7 Southern Territory was besieging MCMAU? Damn it! When did this happen? He mentioned this on purpose. In fact, he wanted to wait for news from Old Wang and the others to come, deliberately leading Ji Yao and the others to think that if they besieged and killed Old Wang and the others, maybe Fang Ping would show himself. However, Fang Ping did not expect that the catacombs was already doing it. They were besieging MC Mayu. Damn it! Nothing will happen, right? Fang Ping was anxious and angry. He really did not know about this. He also did not know if Feng Miexing knew about it. At that moment, he could not open his mouth to ask anything. As it turned out, Feng Miexing probably did not know. Because very soon, Lu Wuxian raised an eyebrow and said, "The 7 Southern Territory is besieging MC Mayu?" Ji Yao snorted. "Why? You guys don't know? Isn't the 7 Southern Territory ordered by the Sky Plant's royal court that anyone who kills MC Mayu will be rewarded?" Beside her, Hua Qidao said in a low voice, "This is the military order passed by the Sky Plant's army." Lu Wuxian snorted and said unhappily, "Silence them?" Hua Qidao said angrily. "The royal court and the land of rebirth have been at war for many years. MC Mayu has caused heavy losses in the outer territory several times. Does the Sky Plant's army not even have the full strength to annihilate MC Mayu?" This matter was not considered wrong. Annihilating MC Mayu was also what the entire royal court hoped to see. Lu Wuxian heard that, and did not say anything else. Fang Ping, however, sneered. "It seems like the Sky Plant's army thinks that all the royal residences are useless. Annihilating MC Mayu, yet they don't know about us. I'd like to see if you guys can annihilate MC Mayu. Whether you can force Fang Ping out. Maybe we'll have to put on another great show with great momentum and heavy losses." In the end, Fang Ping did not even show his face. "I'm afraid you guys won't dare to push too hard, lest Fang Ping really shows up." Feng Miexing. Hua Qidao's expression was ugly. He said angrily, "Enough is enough. Some things are not up to you. Do you really think that you, a commander-level martial artist, can provoke us again and again?" Fang Ping said indifferently. "So what if I am? The city will continue to be locked down. I'd like to see if the 7 Southern Territory can really force Fang Ping out. If MC Mayu really suffered heavy losses and Fang Ping still did not show up, it did not mean that he was heartless and selfish. It did not mean that he was really not in the land of rebirth. However, if Fang Ping was really forced out, some things could be explained. Could Fang Ping, who appeared in the outer territory, clone himself and come to the palace again?" Fang Ping sneered and said, "However, forcing Fang Ping to show up in the 7 Southern Territory might not be possible. I think it's best to kill a few people close to Fang Ping and find a place that he feels safe. That would be even better." "Beside him," Ji Yao said lightly. "Who is he close to?" "As far as I know, although Fang Ping is from MC Mayu, he has no blood relations with them. Now that he's wanted, even if we kill all the people from MC Mayu, he might not show up." Fang Ping smiled. "I think there's still hope for this. Others might not know, but isn't Zhao Shuai here? Ask Zhao Shuai, and you might get something. Now I'd like to see if Fang Ping is hiding in the Imperial City. There might be a way to force Fang Ping to show up." Ji Yao nodded slightly. That was true. Zhao Xingwu came from the land of rebirth. He might know a way. Very soon, everyone returned to the Myriad Dao Temple. Fang Ping did not even look at the King Lord. He looked straight at Zhao Xingwu and said with a smile, "Zhao Shuai, it's very easy to determine if Fang Ping is in the city now. Force Fang Ping to show up. The Heavenly Plant's army has already ordered the 7 Southern Territory to besiege MC Mayu. However, MC Mayu is only a sect after all. Fan Ping and MC Mayu are not related, he might not show up. Zhao Shuai came from the land of rebirth. Do you know any way to force Fan Ping to enter the divine land? As he said that, Fan Ping did not wait for Zhao Xingwu to answer. He suddenly looked at the King Lord and said with a smile, King, maybe we can let the cults from the land of rebirth test him. Li Zhu said lightly. Last time, we suffered heavy losses. The hierarch could not show up. I'm afraid there's nothing he can do. Maybe Zali Karo is willing, Fan Ping said thoughtfully. Li Zhu gave him a deep look and said lightly, Zali Karo is from the Pantheon Heaven. I have no way to command him. Maybe Lord Maple King can instruct him. If that's the case, there's no other way to determine if Fan Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Fan Ping looked at Zhao Xingwu again and said, Zhao Shuai, is there no one close to Fan Ping in the land of rebirth? If we kill these people, we will definitely anger Fan Ping and force him to show up. Is there no one? Zhao Xingwu said lightly. Of course there are, and there are quite a few. MC Mayu Longevity Sword Li Changxing. Longevity Sword is not Fan Ping's teacher, but they are very close. If we kill Longevity Sword, there is a high possibility that Fan Ping will show up and take revenge. And the Mayu's god of blood war Wang Jinyang. This person is Fan Ping's first martial arts teacher. They are from the same hometown and have entered the catacombs together many times. They are friends who have gone through life and death together. When the divine sect attacked Fan Ping in the past, Wang Jinyang saved his life. Li Changxing and Wang Jinyang both saved Fan Ping's life. Although I have thought of killing Fan Ping before, I still admire him. He will never ignore saving his life. He will definitely repay the kindness. If we kill his savior, he will definitely show up and take revenge. He will not rest until he is dead. Wang Jinyang. At this moment, Fan Ping frowned slightly and murmured, I think I've heard this person's name before. Beside him, Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said, Of course you've heard of Feng Niexing. You've even seen him before. Have you forgotten about Fan Ping's accomplices in the Land of Kings? This empress has investigated everything clearly. These people are all from martial arts universities. No, Jiang Chao is from Star Town. Other than Jiang Chao, the others are all martial arts universities. Among them is Wang Jinyang, the saber-carrying person who stood with Fan Ping in the Land of Kings that day. As she said that, Ji Yao added, A few days ago, I have also seen him in the 18 southern regions. He has also reached commander level. Fan Ping understood. He frowned and said, Now that you mention it, I remember now. It's him. He saved Fan Ping's life before? As he said that, Fan Ping shook his head and said, I want to kill him, but I don't know where he is. If that's the case, then kill Longevity Sword. I also want to see if Fan Ping will sit and watch Longevity Sword die. Lu Wuxian interrupted. That's hard to say. Even Longevity Sword has been killed. Even if he is in the land of rebirth, he might not dare to show up. Above, Wan Lord said lightly, Are you sure that Fan Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Fan Ping said calmly, There's no harm in trying. Even if he is not, after killing Longevity Sword and Wang Jinyang, keeping their heads and hanging them at the Imperial City Gate, if Fan Ping is still in the Imperial City, will he show up? Maybe, maybe not, at least it's a chance. Having said that, Fan Ping raised his head and said, I'm afraid the effect of checking is not that great now. Fan Ping chuckled. There are 10 million people, how are we going to check? Unless we do as I said, exterminate everyone in the Imperial City, not just the humans, but also the demons, or even destroy the entire Imperial City, leaving only a few important figures to keep watch at all times. Perhaps, this is the only way to completely prevent Fan Ping from sneaking into our midst. Otherwise, if we want to find someone whose existence we don't know. Fan Ping laughed and said, Of course, this is extremely important. If we destroy the entire Imperial City without confirming whether Fan Ping is in the Imperial City or not, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Therefore, The most important thing now is to confirm whether the person who sneaked into the imperial city is Fang Ping himself. Among the crowd, someone quickly agreed. That's right. Now that everyone is panicking, we can't go on like this. At the very least, we have to confirm whether it's Fang Ping creating chaos or not. If in the end, when there are countless casualties and everyone is looking for Fang Ping, and Fang Ping finally shows up in the land of rebirth, in the outskirts, then the name of the royal court will really be tarnished. That's right, that makes sense. Everyone agreed one after another. Now they were looking for Fang Ping everywhere, making everyone anxious. Everyone did not trust each other, and it was already a mess. But in the end, even the imperial city was ruthless enough to be destroyed, and they finally found out that Fang Ping was free and unfettered in the land of rebirth. That would be the biggest joke of all time. Because of a person who did not exist, Sky Plant City that had stood tall for 10 million years was destroyed. At the thought of this scene, everyone's faces turned green. If this spread out, everyone would really die of laughter. Everyone was talking, but Fang Ping was praying in his heart. Old Wang, oh old Wang, I'm afraid you're in trouble now. But even if you're in trouble, hurry up and make some noise now. Let others know that you're in the land of Imperial battlegrounds. This way, I'll have an excuse to kill you. I have to go. If he did not go now, his life would really be hanging by a thread. There might be something wrong with the royal lord. If there was no problem, now that the royal lord had agreed to be checked, everyone would be checked one by one, and he would be in danger. However, if the royal lord did not agree to be checked now, Fang Ping and the others would not continue to check either. There was no need for that. If the guy who was the biggest suspect did not agree to be checked, then it would be a joke if the others kept checking. When martial artists cultivated to this level, who would not have any secrets? Especially the elemental Dao powerhouses, they would almost never agree to be checked by the true king. True King Tianyu would also not check these people here hastily. These people were either the true king's descendants or god general level powerhouses. Check them, unless they had their permission. Among the 49 true king's descendants, some of them might even know the true king's elemental Dao. This was related to some true king's elemental Dao, including those god generals' elemental Dao. Who knew what would happen if a true king were to check them unscrupulously? At high ranks, mentality had reached the stage of materialization. Unless the other party's mentality was destroyed, or the true king voluntarily released his mentality to allow the true king to check, otherwise, the true king would not be able to see through anything. At this time, only if the royal lord took the lead and agreed, and another true king who was not on the same side as Tianyu came to supervise together, would there be hope of completing this project. When the Maple King returned, this matter might be agreed upon. Fang Ping was still thinking about these. Above, Li Zhu said calmly. Then let's try. Someone, go inform the 7th Southern Territory, kill the MCMAU people as soon as possible, and bring Li Changxing's head to me. Having said that, Li Zhu said again. The matter with Fang Ping will be put aside for now. Now that everyone is suspicious of each other, I'm afraid we can no longer convince everyone. Today is the Holy Fruit Feast, let's return to the main topic. First, determine the ownership of the holy fruit. All the retainers are dead. If you want to fight for the holy fruit, then it'll depend on your own abilities. Fang Ping snorted coldly in his heart. Was the royal lord changing the topic, or was he trying to win back around, deliberately making everyone fight for it? Once he made a move, there was no way to hide it. When that time came, everything would fall apart on its own. Even if the Maple King returned, it would be useless. Once Fang Ping was found, there was no need to investigate anymore. Old man, there's definitely something fishy going on. Even at this time, you still want to dig me out. Fang Ping was sure that the royal lord probably suspected that he was still among this group of people. Maybe, the royal lord had already guessed that Feng Yesheng was Fang Ping. This possibility was not impossible. However, at this time, he dared not let anyone check him. The only one present who was qualified to check him was Tianyu. On Tianyu's side, however, if Fang Ping did not agree, Tianyu would not check him hastily. He was the Maple King's grandson. If the Maple King did not come, Fang Ping would not agree, unless Tianyu wanted to turn against the Maple King. You want me to make a move, right? If I don't fight for the holy fruit now, it would be a joke if I quit. No one would believe that I don't want the holy fruit. Fang Ping thought to himself. He did not say it himself, but looked at Lu Wuxian. My ability is not good enough, I can't get the holy fruit. It's time for the Maple King's faction to do something. As expected, Lu Wuxian was very cooperative. He said immediately, King, the holy fruit is to make the weak stronger, not to let the weak kill each other. Your Highnesses, you are all priceless. How can you treat this like child's play? Besides, many of your Highnesses have Lord True King's avatars. If you make a mistake in the heat of the battle, won't blood be spilled in the myriad Dao temple? Lu Wuxian said with a smile. Now that there are so many things going on in the Imperial City, I think it's better for Lord Tianyu to decide for himself. Lu Wuxian looked calm. Should Tianyu protect the Maple King's faction? If he gave it, there was nothing to say. If he did not, it would be purposely targeting the Maple King's faction. Currently, the Maple King had contacted many True Kings. In the Hall of True Kings, other than the Hall Master, he was the most powerful. Feng Miexing was also the Lord's most likely successor. If the guardian of the royal court did not approve of the Feng family, then there were some things that needed to be discussed. The decision was entirely up to Tianyu. Tianyu had protected the Sky Plant's royal court for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally, it was not without benefits, nor was he so selfless. If Tianyu was really biased towards the Lord's faction, then it was hard to say whether the guardian of the royal court would still be Tianyu. On the throne in the hall, Tianyu the guardian glanced at Lu Wuxian, then at Fang Ping. Finally, he said slowly, What is everyone's decision? Lord, decide for yourself. No one dared to refute. This was Tianyu's. He could give it to whoever he wanted. Tianyu was also a true king, so it was not their place to question him. Hearing that, True King Tianyu pondered for a moment. After a long while, one of the two fruits in front of him floated to Fang Ping. The other one. Tianyu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Initially, according to the Lord's intentions, this holy fruit should still be given to the Maple King's faction. However, Tianyu did not do so at this moment. The fruit floated out slowly. In the next moment, many people looked surprised. In the crowd, Bai Shanwei was dumbfounded. Give it to me? He gave it to me. He could not believe it. Why did he give it to him? This was too unexpected. Li Zhu glanced at Bai Shanwei, then at Tianyu from the corner of his eyes. He did not say anything. True King Tianyu said lightly, I'm tired. Let's stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu disappeared. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Given to Bai Shanwei? He had thought of many people, but he did not expect Tianyu to give it to Bai Shanwei. This meant that Destiny Royal Court had gotten 2 holy fruits this time, even more than Sky Plant's Royal Court. On Destiny Royal Court's side, Ji Nan was delighted at first, then her expression changed. She quickly transmitted her voice. Yao, be careful! Ji Yao was quite happy at first, but she was confused at first, then her expression changed slightly. Beside her ear, Ji Nan said gloomily, I thought it would be given to someone from Sky Plant's royal court. I didn't expect it to be given to Bai Shanwei. Once Bai Shanwei achieves Divine General quickly, your position as Lord may not be secure. Ji Yao's expression changed again. Damn it! She had almost forgotten about this. Although the Ji family was strong, they could not do whatever they wanted in the royal court. King Bai Shanwei was also very strong. If his grandson achieved Divine General, then the fight for Lord would be a little uncertain. Tianyu was deliberately provoking Destiny Royal Court's internal strife. Otherwise, she could have quickly entered Venerable after consuming the holy fruit and quickly caught up to Bai Shanwei and the others. Then, with the Ji family's resources, she could quickly enter Divine General. Bai Shanwei and the others might not be as fast as her. Ji Yao was still thinking. In the main hall, the Lord said slowly, "Then let's disperse. However, for the next few days, it's best that everyone does not leave Sky Plant's city. As for how to deal with Fan Ping's matter, we'll discuss it after Lord Maple and the others return." It would still take some time for Lord Maple to return, Li Zhu thought to himself. He looked at the people in the hall, but did not say anything in the end. He got up and walked slowly to the back of the hall. Fan Ping. Feng Yeshing? Is it him? Or someone else? Li Zhu thought to himself. Even he was slightly puzzled at this moment. Fan Ping was definitely among this group of people. He was sure. What a pity! Maybe I should have killed him. Li Zhu felt a little regretful again. Everything that happened today made him wary of Fan Ping. This kind of person was quite dangerous. However, at this time, it was not good to cause more trouble. Chapter 758. In the main hall. Tianyu left. Lord Wang left. Fan Ping did not leave. Fan Ping said suddenly, "Uncle Wushan, Jingzhu, and the other uncles, Ancestor Wan hasn't returned for the past few days. All of you must be tired. Come to Prince Feng Mansion and rest for a few days." Their expressions changed drastically when they heard that. Some of the true king descendants' expressions changed too. What did Feng Yeshing mean? Fan Ping looked around, his expression amused. "I'm afraid Ancestor Wan hasn't returned and died here. The Imperial City is too dangerous now. If not for the fact that we haven't caught Fan Ping and confirmed whether he's here, we'd all be prepared to leave." Having said that, Fan Ping looked at Ji Yao. "Ji Yao, you'd better come with me. It's not too late to leave after Ancestor Wang returns. Now that he was leaving, if something happened on the way and he died here, Duke Feng's mansion would not bear any responsibility. By then, it might be Fan Ping's doing again." Ji Yao's expression was livid. "Sky Plant's royal court's business better not involve us. Feng Mieshing, I don't care what you do. The royal court has reached its limit. If something happens to me, none of you can escape." At this time, Ji Yao was also shocked and angry. Would these people dare to make a move against them? Sky Plant's royal court must be crazy. But they even dared to plot against true monarch mystic Jade to death. What else would they not dare to do? Fan Ping laughed and said playfully, "That has nothing to do with me. Ji Yao, it's up to you whether to go to Prince Feng Mansion or not. But I said you'll be safer when Ancestor Wang returns. Prince Feng Mansion doesn't want anything to happen to you. After all, you and I have a chance to become a family." "Shut up!" Ji Yao was furious. She had had enough of these people. If she had known this, she would have invited a true king powerhouse to accompany her. She wouldn't have been afraid to return to the royal court. She did not dare. Would someone intercept them on the way back to the royal court now? Ji Nan and Xiantong were both divine path powerhouses. But if someone like the right divine general came, they could be killed. What was the benefit of killing them? Were they trying to frame Fan Ping? That would be underestimating their father, and the others? Or were they trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Lord Li and Prince Feng were prepared to use Destiny Royal Court to eliminate the other party? Now anyone with a discerning eye could see that. The Maple King's faction and the King Lord's faction had already fallen out. What tricks does King Li have up his sleeve? Is it related to the true monarch hall master of the Heaven Plant's royal court? Who was the person behind Prince Li? Many questions flashed in the minds of many people. As for what happened in the Imperial City, it was more like a farce. Fan Ping walked out slowly, still on high alert. He was still in danger. There was no increase in wealth after obtaining the holy fruit. This meant that he was in great danger, and could lose his life at any moment. King Lord? Or Tianyu? Fan Ping was sure that these two were the ones who were suspecting him. Otherwise, according to the current situation, almost no one would suspect him anymore, and he would not be in danger. However, if his wealth did not increase, it meant that he was in extreme danger. I must leave as soon as possible. Lao Wang, your ability to stir up trouble is not good enough. Fang Ping felt very helpless. Old Wang and the others really could not do it. They had been in the king's battlefield for quite a few days, right? After so many days, why hasn't there been any big commotion? What kind of life is this? At the same time, Wang Jinyang and the others were fleeing frantically as they were being chased. Li Hansong could not hold on any longer. As he flew, he roared, "Still chasing? If you keep chasing, I'll use my ultimate move. Detonate the origin and we'll die together." As he said that, a shiny thing appeared in his hand. He roared, "Do you want to die together? You're just a bunch of lackeys. Do you think you're qualified to kill us?" Behind them, some people who were chasing slowly stopped in their tracks. Someone asked telepathically, "Is this the true king's origin?" Everyone was not sure. They were not big shots. Only a few of them had seen the true king's origin before. Someone said telepathically, "It's not easy to tell. We're not familiar with these things. I'm afraid only the highnesses know." "Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Then do you want to die together with them?" These people were communicating with each other. Some were unwilling, some were angry. Soon, someone said, "The highnesses will be here soon. Seal the exit and don't let them leave. Send more people to patrol at the border wall. Don't give them a chance to enter the general territory. Now, this is the only way to prevent them from escaping. Why don't a few of you go test it out and see if it's the true king's origin?" The crowd was instantly silenced. What a joke! If it was really the true king's origin, then the people who tested it would be completely annihilated. Moreover, the other party had 4 people. If they wanted to force them to use the true king's origin, it would not be enough without 10 people. Everyone was rank 7. Who could let more than 10 rank 7 martial artists go to their deaths? Everyone was silent. Their movements slowed down. In front, Li Hansong and the others ran very fast. After running for a while, Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He said, "Luckily, these people are very afraid of death. If they really came, we'd be finished." After saying that, he said, "Iron Head, you bastard. Can't you use this thing to pretend to be the absolute vile origin every time? Can't you change it?" Li Hansong said in surprise. "Pretend? I'm not pretending. This is the absolute vile origin. Get lost." Qin Fengqing cursed. "Are you kidding me?" Li Hansong said with a serious face. "It's true. This is our trump card, our final ultimate move. If we can't beat them, we'll scare them. Of course, I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. But if it really comes to the last minute, I'll release it and we'll die together." Qin Fengqing's face was blank. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Really? Of course. Bastard." Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. "So the trump card you guys were talking about is this thing? Is it for mutual destruction?" At this time, Old Wang sent a voice transmission to Li Hansong and said with a smile, "Look at how scared he is. Don't scare him anymore." Li Hansong was very serious again. He said, "Old Wang, I'm not scaring anyone." Li Hansong was very serious. He did not send a voice transmission. He said, You think I'm scaring you? It's really the absolute vile origin. When I release it one day, remember to run properly. You might not necessarily die. When that time comes, I'll use the divine armor to protect you. No, Old Wang, you and Yao Qingjun can also transform your weapons to protect yourselves. As for Qin Fengqing, I can't do anything about that." Wang Jinyang was stunned. He could not help but ask, "Really? Of course. Where did you get this thing?" Wang Jinyang was stunned. He had thought it was fake too. How did it become F*King real? Was it not used to scare the people in the catacombs? Li Hansong said casually. "The director gave it to me." Huh! The few of them looked surprised. When did he give it to you? Why didn't we know? Li Hansong said as he sprinted. Before we came, the director said that we're going to the battlefield of kings. We need to get something to protect ourselves, so he gave it to us. That's not right. Yao Qingjuan's expression was slightly stiff. We're going to the battlefield of kings. The director doesn't know, right? The other three looked at him in disdain. Stop joking. Why were you so honest? How could old Jean not know that they were going to the battlefield of kings? How was that possible? Wang Jinang did not say anything else. He only sighed. Next time, don't say some things. Give me a look. It's not safe to talk about anything now. Maybe we were overheard when we talked about this on the internet last time. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Hansong did not care about this. He said, "Right, the director said that if we reach the rank 9 territory, we should throw this thing out. Maybe there'll be a big scene." What else did he say? He also said. Li Hansong thought for a while before saying. He also said that it's best if Fang Ping throws it again. We can hide for a while. Otherwise, the probability of us dying is 99%. Wang Jinan paused for a while before saying. The director knows everything. He's just watching the show. Let's talk about this later. We can't even get out of the rank 7 territory now, let alone the rank 9 territory. Having said that, Wang Jinyang said again. Someone left the rank 7 territory recently. Did he call for help? I'm not sure. As they spoke, Qin Fengqin panted. Guys, I really can't take it anymore. If this goes on, we'll really die here. Do we have a way out? They looked at each other. After a while, Li Hansong said dryly. Do we? Qin Fengqin was confused at first, then despair. Did they? These words were not confident at all. Li Hansong said sheepishly. Don't worry. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. We should be fine. If we can't, we'll find a ruin to hide. Who knows, we might reach rank 8 in a day. When that time comes, we won't have to be afraid of these people anymore. Qin Fengqin had lost all hope. After a long time, he said in grief and indignation, I'm not going with you bastards anymore. They snorted. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Can you blame us? Now you're scared. Li Hansong did not care about him. He looked behind him. Seeing that no one was chasing after them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about this. Find a place to rest. We'll find a chance to attack them later. Qin Fengqin had already accepted his fate. If Fang Ping did not come this time, they would really be finished. These guys were not reliable at all. The so-called trump card was actually a bomb that would kill them all. Sky Plant City. Residence of Prince Feng. Fang Ping still did not move. Around him, a few god generals were on high alert, guarding him without moving. Fang Ping did not speak either. The danger was still there. Even if he had reached residence of Prince Feng, there were still people watching him. He was now 100% sure that he might have been targeted. One or both of King Lord and Tian Yu were watching him. Even now, his wealth had not increased. Looks like it's still necessary to muddy the waters. Otherwise, something bad might happen this time. Fang Ping thought to himself. The green fruit appeared in his hand. What's the effect of this thing? How much is it worth? Fang Ping was not sure how useful the holy fruit was, but he could feel wisps of charm circulating around the fruit. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to consume it. Not to mention that his wealth did not increase, it was best to consume this fruit in a quiet place and a safe place, lest his aura was exposed when he cultivated. At this moment, Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Beside him, Lu Wuxian also said, Fengji is back. Isn't he at the king's battleground? Fang Ping suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He hoped that good news had arrived. However, he did not know this Fengji. It was better to wait for someone else to interact with him first. Fang Ping said, Uncle Wuxian, can I trouble you to ask about the situation? These people now. I can't trust them. Lu Wuxian did not say much and walked out quickly. After a while, Lu Wuxian brought a young martial artist in and said, "Something happened at the king's battleground. A few martial artists who resurrected are killing martial artists everywhere at the king's battleground. It seems it has something to do with Fan Ping." Fan Ping's expression changed. He shouted immediately, "Tell me, who is causing trouble at the king's battleground?" The man called Fingji said hurriedly, "There are a total of 4 people. No, 5 people. The Jiang family's Jiang Hao, and someone who seems to be Fan Ping's brother, Qin Fengqin. There are 3 other people, Li Han Song." Fan Ping shouted hurriedly, "Is there a martial artist whose entire body is wrapped in vitality when he fights?" "Yes, right, I think he's called Wang Jinyang. The other person is—" Fan Ping was already ignoring him. He suddenly laughed loudly. "A God-given opportunity. Wang Jinyang is actually at the king's battleground." Fan Ping was overjoyed. He did not hide it. He walked out of the hall directly, rose into the air, and shouted, "Ji Yao!" In the next moment, in a mansion not far away, Ji Yao raised her head and glanced at Feng Niexing, who was in the sky above Prince Feng's mansion. She snorted coldly and ignored him. Fan Ping shouted again, "Come quickly! The king's battleground. Wang Jinyang has appeared at the king's battleground. Not only Wang Jinyang, but Fan Ping's accomplices who attacked us last time are also at the king's battleground." As soon as he said that, Ji Yao did not care about the king's court's rules anymore. She rose into the air directly and shouted coldly, "Is this true? Fengji, speak!" Fan Ping shouted softly. Fengji was still a little confused. Fan Ping had not come yet. Why was His Highness so excited? However, he did not have the chance to ask now. He said hurriedly, "Reporting to Your Highness, everything is true. Not only have my subordinates returned, but there are also people from the other Highness's side. As for Destiny Royal Court, Her Highness Ji Yao also sent someone back to Destiny Royal Court to report. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here." Fan Ping ignored him and laughed. "I was just about to force Fan Ping to show himself. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here. In the Outland, Longevity Sword and the others might run back to the land of rebirth. They might not be able to kill him. However, in the king's battleground, as long as the entrance is blocked, they have nowhere to run. Fengji, is the entrance still in our hands?" "Yes," Fengji said hurriedly. "At the entrance, we in Destiny Royal Court have sent people to guard it. They can't come out. However, they are cunning and may have brought true King's origin with them. They have used it to threaten us a few times. Also, Destiny Royal Court." Fengji glanced at Ji Yao. Fan Ping laughed coldly. Needless to say, they are definitely unwilling to cooperate. Fan Ping sneered and did not continue. He said, "So, Fan Ping's accomplices are now trapped in the king's battleground?" Fan Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed. She said, "What do you plan to do? Do you still need to ask?" Fan Ping's expression was cold. "Kill them! Especially Wang Jinyang. It's best if we can capture him alive. If not, then we'll kill him. Spread the news and force Fan Ping to show himself. As long as we can confirm that Fan Ping is not in the land of rebirth, then the Imperial City." Fan Ping took a deep breath and said slowly, "Maybe it really is Fan Ping. No one can be sure until the very end." Ji Yao frowned slightly. "It won't be easy to kill them in the king's battleground. Although there aren't many of them, the area is huge. If they want to hide," Fan Ping said, "no matter how they hide, they will come out sooner or later. As long as the entrance is guarded, they can't escape. However," Fan Ping glanced at the Imperial City and said slowly, "the Imperial City can't be locked down forever. That's why we have to kill Wang Jinyang as soon as possible and confirm Fan Ping's whereabouts." Fan Ping gritted his teeth and said slowly, "Ji Yao, ask a few of your people to come out and follow me to the king's battleground. When we reach the king's battleground, ask your people to listen to my orders. This time, I will personally lead people to annihilate them. You're going? Ji Yao humphed. If you go, you still want the Destiny Royal Court to listen to you? When that time comes, it's hard to say how many people will be left alive. Why don't you hand your people over to me? I will surround and kill them. Fang Ping sneered. You! Other than letting them go, what else can you do? If it wasn't for you last time, Fang Ping would have died in the king's battleground. Bastard! Ji Yao, I'm not your subordinate. Don't yell at me! Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Fang Ping ignored her and shouted. All the commanders in the residence, follow me to the king's battleground. In Prince Feng's residence, the commander-level powerhouses rose into the air. Willow Wushan and the rest rushed over too. Seeing that, Willow Wushan frowned and said, Your Highness, you don't have to go personally and risk your life. I can just bring some people over. Fang Ping shook his head and said, Uncle Wushan, if I don't go, these people might not do their best. As he said that, Fang Ping added, Of course, extermination has a request. Please speak, Your Highness. Elders, all the commander-level martial artists in the residence who are qualified to enter the king's battleground, follow me. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, This time, I want nothing to go wrong. Not only the commander level, but also the venerable realm. Let people enter the venerable territory, find the weak point of the border wall, and kill those people. The more people, the better. I don't believe that these people can't be killed. Seeing that he insisted, Willow Wushan said in a low voice, Then I'll go with you. Fang Ping looked around and said, Okay. Also, Jing Zhu and the other uncles don't have to follow. Continue to lock down the Imperial City. When I confirm Fang Ping's situation, Ancestor Wang should be here. When that time comes, if Fang Ping still hasn't appeared, then Ancestor Wang will make the decision. As he said that, Ji Yao suddenly said, Uncle Wang, let's go to the king's battleground too. Ji Nan, who had rushed over, frowned slightly. Ji Yao humphed and said, I also want to see if Fang Ping will appear in the king's battleground or in Sky Plant City. If he dares to come to the king's battleground this time, you must make him stay. If he doesn't appear, then take Wang Jinyang's head and go to 7 Southern Territory. If he still doesn't appear, then he might be in Sky Plant City. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. Ji Yao, you're coming too? What a joke. Is the king's battleground your residence? Can I go? Of course not. Fang Ping laughed. That's good too. This time, you and I will work together. Ji Yao, this time, don't get captured alive again. Humph. When Ji Yao heard that, her expression turned ugly instantly. She looked at him and said, You should pray that the whole army doesn't get wiped out again. Last time, it wasn't me who got all my subordinates killed. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked at everyone and said, Then let's gather the martial artists now and go to the king's battleground. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly frowned and said, Hurry up and be quiet. This is to prevent Fang Ping from getting wind of the news and blending in with these people. The people that Uncle Wang brought must be carefully checked later. Along the way, Uncle Wushan must also pay more attention to prevent Fang Ping from blending in. Everyone nodded and did not say much. They all went back to gather the martial artists who were qualified to go to the king's battleground. It was just a few people. They did not think that they could not kill them. Fang Ping and the others were still busy. Very soon, the right marshal arrived using flight step and landed in front of Prince Feng's residence. He saw people gathering everywhere and then looked at Fang Ping, who had already walked out of the residence. He frowned and said, Your Highness is going to the king's battleground? Since the right marshal already knows, why are you still asking? Your Highness can't go. The right marshal frowned and said, Fang Ping hasn't been found yet. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Can't go? Let Wang Jinyang and the others go. When the time comes, when Wang Jinyang and the others leave and expose the fact that Fang Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Right Marshal, do you really think that I'm an idiot? I'm going to kill Fang Ping's savior. How dare you stop me? What are you trying to do? The Right Marshal's face was livid, Stop you from killing Fang Ping's savior? The right marshal suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted. Fang Ping's whereabouts are still unknown. If we leave now, Fang Ping might blend in with them. We can't find him anyway. It's hard to say if he's there or not. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, Uncles, do a thorough check again to see if there's anything unusual. If the right marshal is worried, do a check too. Don't say that I, Feng Miexing, have taken Fang Ping away. The right marshal frowned again. Seeing that more than 30 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had already gathered around him, he said slowly, Please wait for a moment, Your Highness. I'll make a trip to the Imperial Court. Do as you wish, Right Marshal. The Right Marshal said no more. He took the flight step and headed straight for the Imperial Court. After a while, the Imperial Palace Basilica. Li Zhu leaned against the seat and said softly, Feng Miexing is bringing people to the land of Imperial Court? Yes. Wang Jinyang has really appeared at the land of Imperial Court? Yes. Not only Mansion Feng, but some people from other manors have also returned to report that Wang Jinyang is indeed there at the land of Imperial Court. What a coincidence! The King Lord chuckled softly, closing his eyes in deep thought. After a long while, the King Lord mumbled, Fang Ping. I'm afraid he'll appear at the land of Imperial Court. No, he might appear at the land of Rebirth. The King Lord muttered to himself. Suddenly he laughed and said, If Fang Ping appears at the land of Rebirth, then Fang Ping doesn't exist in the Imperial City anymore. If that's the case, there's no need to seal the city anymore. There's also no need to check anything. The Right Marshal frowned slightly, saying in a low voice, Brotherly, what are you trying to say? At this moment, he did not address him respectfully anymore. What was Li Zhu trying to say? What was he trying to do? Li Zhu sighed softly. With King Feng's return, with the current situation, perhaps, he will really destroy the Imperial City. Moreover, since Feng Miexing is questioning me, King Feng will definitely take the opportunity to check me. He might attack me secretly and kill me. His intentions should be put to death. Li Zhu said self-deprecatingly, I'm injured. How can I withstand a true King Powerhouse's sneak attack? When that happens, whether I'm Fang Ping or not, I might become Fang Ping. A dead Lord is not worth mentioning. How dare he? The Right Marshal flew into a rage. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was not about whether he dared or not, but the possibility was more than 90%. At that time, Li Zhu was a cripple. Compared to a true king-level powerful being, he would definitely die with a single thought. Would King Feng dare? Absolutely. Thinking of this, the Right Marshal suddenly said in a serious tone, Brotherly, are you really just worried that King Feng will harm you secretly? If you still have some strength left, it won't be that easy for King Feng to take your life secretly. Having said that, the Right Marshal took a deep breath and said, Or are you afraid that your godhood will be exposed? Li Zhu smiled. What do you mean, Brother Gu? The Right Marshal stared at him for a moment, and said slowly, If Brother Li has really lost all of his strength, King Feng's faction can't wait to change the dynasty and replace him. If this goes on, Brother Li will be in danger. Why don't we take this opportunity to invite a few true kings to check Brother Li together? After that, Brother Li will be imprisoned in the True King Hall. Although you won't have the power you have now, you can still live the rest of your life in peace. Li Zhu said bitterly, Can I really live the rest of my life in peace? Once I abdicate, it will be my death, the death of the Li family. The Right Marshal said seriously, Although the true kings of Crimson Moon can no longer support Brother Li as lord, they can definitely protect Brother Li's life. King Feng's faction only wants the position of lord. The Li family is no threat, so why would they offend the true kings for the Li family? The Right Marshal said again, Brother Li, you and I have known each other for so many years. Are you still going to use these excuses to fool me? Li Zhu didn't speak again. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. The Right Marshal's expression wasn't good. He said slowly, Back then, The three of us entered and left together. We lived and died together. We entered the Tianji army together, cultivated together, fought in the outer realms together, and fought against Destiny Royal Court together. In the end, you defeated everyone in Fengjiu City and became the lord of the Royal Court. Many true kings thought highly of you. Brother Hua and I also became the left and right marshals of the Tianji army. At that time, some people even thought that Li Hua and Gu Marshal were one person, an expert comparable to a true king. But now, Brother Hua has fallen, and Brother Li is no longer the same as before. Perhaps I should retire, the right marshal said in a low voice. After that war, I was severely wounded, but in recent years I have made some gains. In fact, I should have left the imperial city long ago, to find a place with no one to study. Perhaps, after a few more years, I will truly become a true king. Brother Li, you should know why I have stayed in the imperial city all these years. Everyone says that kings are heartless, but I am not a king. I still have feelings. But after today, this little bit of affection will be gone. Brother Li, it has been more than 10 years. I have repaid what I owe you. Li Zhu slowly opened his eyes and said with a complicated tone, How could I not know Brother Gu's intention to protect me? But there are some things. Li Zhu pondered for a while, then said slowly, Li Zhu started from a humble background. Even though I became a king lord, I lived under someone else's roof, under someone else's orders. Back then, Li Zhu had the intention to reform. Seeing that success was so close, all his efforts were wasted. I caused Brother Hua to fall, and Brother Gu to be wounded. Heroic lord? Li Zhu's face was full of bitterness and unwillingness. He said self-mockingly, Ridiculous! Pawns, abandoned pawns! In that war back then, the three of us were abandoned pawns. The Maple King's faction plotted against us. What about the others? There are dozens of true kings in the True King Hall. Did anyone care about our lives? A king lord who started from a humble background wanted to suppress the True King Hall and recreate the era of two kings. These true kings are used to being high and mighty. They are used to being in control of everything. Back then, Li Zhu was young and impetuous. He tried to overthrow everything. How could he be exempted? Li Zhu smiled faintly. A king lord who was arrogant and was about to advance to true king level. He even had two brothers who were about to advance to true king level. A king lord who commanded an army of 10 million and tens of thousands of high-ranked soldiers. A king lord who might destroy the land of rebirth and make a great contribution. Brother Gu, did he deserve to die? Royal power. Divine power, Li Zhu mumbled. Royal power is bestowed by God. The king lords are just puppets. The true King Hall is the deity. A king lord who tried to overthrow the divine power deserves to die. The right God General's expression changed again. His voice was hoarse. Back then in that war. Did the other true kings also? Li Zhu sneered and said faintly. You and I don't know if Li Jin will step on the second path. Do you think those high and mighty deities don't know? The Maple King doesn't know. The Crimson Moon Kings don't know. What about that one? But after I was injured, he still supported me to be the King Lord? Li Zhu's expression was playful. He said faintly, Because I'm crippled. Instead of going through more trouble, isn't it better to support a King Lord who might be a descendant of the other true kings, and support me to continue being the King Lord? Coincidentally, Li Zhu can live until the war begins. What a great choice. The right God General's expression changed completely. Li Zhu smiled meaningfully. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the hall was silent. Chapter 759. Phone Mansion. More and more people were gathering. The right divine general flew over from the palace again. He took a look at the people gathered, then at Ji Yao's group who was packing up. You guys really want to go? Of course. The right divine general glanced at Fang Ping and said coldly, If Fang Ping is among you, it will be extremely dangerous for you to go to the battlefield, Fang Ping said impatiently. According to the right divine general, we don't have to do anything. We can just wait for death here. I won't stop Prince Feng if you insist on doing things your own way, the right divine general said in a low voice. But I'll say one last thing. Fang Ping might appear among you. Don't think so. Some things are not impossible. Having said that, the right divine general ignored Fang Ping and looked at Ji Yao's group. Your Highness Ji Yao, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield. If you die in the battlefield, if it's done by someone from the royal court, it has nothing to do with the royal court. The royal court will not go against Destiny Royal Court at this time. Your Highness knows what I mean. If your Highness really dies, it has nothing to do with us. Once you leave Sky Plant City, the royal court will not care about this anymore. Not far away, Ji Yao frowned. After a while, she said, Ji Yao knows what she's doing. The right divine general did not say more and left with flight step. Ji Yao frowned again and asked, Isn't the right divine general going to check? No need. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What did the right divine general know? Fang Ping could not care anymore. Soon, he said impatiently. Since everyone is here, let's go. At this time, another group of people came from afar. Hua Yu laughed loudly. Feng Mieshing, why don't you go and watch the show? Fang Ping's expression was cold. He snorted. You guys want to go too? The Imperial City is too dangerous. It's better to go out. Hua Yu smiled faintly. It's safer to go to the battlefield. Fang Ping snorted. Less nonsense. If you want to leave, you have to pass the inspection. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said, There's no need to trouble you. Don't worry, this sovereign's men are all trustworthy. If they can't be trusted, then no one can be trusted. Fang Ping snorted again and said straightforwardly, Other than you and the God General Martial Artist, everyone else has to be inspected. Cut the crap. Otherwise, now that the left side has locked down Sky Plant City, don't even think about leaving. Hua Yu's expression was ugly, but a moment later, he recovered his smile and said, All right. Wushan Lu and the others didn't stand on ceremony either. Apart from the divine general of King Hua's mansion and the others, everyone else carefully examined the place. After a while, Lu Wushan and the others shook their heads. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He used flight step and left. Goodbye, Sky Plant City. What a pity. His biggest regret this time was not being able to take away Tian Yu's Lake of Life. As for the others, they had more or less achieved their goals. Li Zhu. Fang Ping's heart trembled once more. This guy was quite dangerous. The right divine general did not even investigate this time. Instead, he said something meaningful. Maybe he really knew something. What is this guy trying to do? And Zhao Xingwu. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about Zhao Xingwu, in front of him, in midair, Zhao Xingwu stood tall in the void. Looking at everyone, he said slowly, If any of you meet human martial artists in the land of King Battleground, if any of you can return alive, I hope everyone can pass on a message for me. Fang Ping smiled and said, Please speak, Marshal Zhao. Family members should not be implicated. This is my own crime. It has nothing to do with others. As Zhao Xingwu said that, he continued, The heavenly axiom is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. If I stay in the divine land, maybe tomorrow will also be a chance of survival for humans. Li Jin and Zhang Tao want to kill me. I won't defend myself. One day, they will know that I'm not the one in the wrong. Fang Ping smiled and said, That's all? Marshal Zhao, when we go this time, there are resurrected martial artists guarding the land of King Battleground. They will pass on Marshal Zhao's message. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Zhao Xingwu did not say anything else. The others did not care either. It was better if these words were passed to the land of rebirth. No matter what, it was a fact that Zhao Xingwu was in the divine land. It did not matter who was right or wrong. What was important was that perhaps it could be used to sway the resurrected martial artists' minds. Everyone did not say anything else. One by one, they took the flight step and left. Imperial Court. Above a palace, Li Zhu stood with his hands behind his back, watching the crowd leave. The Right Divine General had already returned. He stood beside him and set up a barrier. He asked softly, "Who is Fan Ping? Is it important?" Li Zhu chuckled and mumbled, "It's not important." The Right Divine General's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "He is full of tricks. We have to be careful." Li Zhu laughed again. "How can I not know? But it is indeed difficult to find him. Unless we kill all of them? Brother Gu, you can't do that." Li Zhu sighed softly. "If we kill them, regardless of whether it's the real Fan Ping or the fake Fan Ping, my death will come. Brother Gu, I'm just asking to live." The Right Divine General let out a long sigh. Yes, they could not be killed. Who should they kill? If it was a normal person, it would be fine. If it was Feng Mieshing Ji Yao, or the descendants of the true kings, if the Lord sent someone to kill them, the true kings would not let him go. It had better not be Feng Mieshing. If they killed Feng Mieshing, regardless of whether he was real or fake, the Lord would die. Because the Maple King would not accept this. Whether it was real or fake, his grandson was dead. The dead could not speak. Evidence could be forged. No matter what the Lord said, it was fake. If they killed the Lord, they would not have to worry anymore. The Right Divine General sighed for a while. Finally, he asked in a low voice, "How much longer?" 2 to 3 years. Li Zhu laughed. "There's no rush. Fan Ping is a threat. Li Zhu understands this. But even if it's a threat, it's not now. It's not you or me. After all, there are still hundreds of true kings and a few temple masters in Godland, including the place where the kings fight." Li Zhu smiled faintly. "This is an era of sudden upheaval. Every chess player wants to take the stage. Including those who had already fallen, they might all reappear in the world. They all want to play chess. They all want to control everything and dominate everything. Is it really important to have one more Fan Ping or one less Fan Ping? Suppressing Heavenly King, Demon Emperor, Two Kings, Life King, Martial King, there are too many people. They all want to be chess players who dominate the world. If that's the case, maybe it'll be more interesting if there's one more Fan Ping." Li Zhu laughed again. He said as if he was talking in his sleep. "Appear in the world. In this era, it's time to settle everything. After waiting for so many years, it's time to end it." As he said that, he looked at the Right Divine General and chuckled. "Go into closed-door cultivation. When that day comes, anyone who is not a true king is just an ant. Fan Ping too. If he doesn't become a true king, when that day comes, he's just an egg whose nest is overturned." The Right Divine General's expression changed. Finally, he asked, "The seed of rebirth. What exactly is it?" Li Zhu smiled faintly. "Who knows? If even the true kings want it, then let's have it. Who knows if it's an eternal scam? Ha! Everyone likes to scheme. Maybe this is also a scheme. How can you and I know if it's real or fake?" The Right Divine General's gaze was extremely complicated. "Then, what are we fighting with the land of rebirth? True king. True king hall. Chess pieces. All of us are just pawns. Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Maybe these true kings are all chess pieces. What a joke!" Even though they knew it might be a scheme, these people still rushed forward like a flock of ducks. They did not hesitate to plot for almost 1,000 years to start the final battle. There might be many things that he did not know, including this brother of the past beside him. Had the current lord really told him everything? No one can believe it. Only I can believe it. The Right Divine General had this thought. Maybe it was time for him to understand. The dragon beast quickly flew toward the land of rebirth. Fan Ping sat on the dragon beast, thinking about a problem. This time, his identity was probably known by others. There might be 3 people who knew about his identity: the Lord, the Right Divine General, and Zhao Xingwu. The first 2 did not mention it. Zhao Xingwu's last words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Fan Ping could not understand it for a while. Humans are the most sinister, Fan Ping muttered in his heart. Whether it was the catacombs humans or the earthlings, they were all very sinister. The demons, on the other hand, were a little stupid. If the Maple King was in the city, he might have discovered him long ago. However, that idiotic blockhead Tianyu was probably still a little confused. Demons will always be demons. Becoming a demon doesn't mean that I've become smarter. It's too dangerous to hang around in the royal court. I can't become a demon. Otherwise, I can go to the demon royal court. These idiotic demons. Just as he thought of this, Fan Ping suddenly realized. Forget it. He would not go. Demons were very straightforward. This was only in the catacombs human royal court. In the demon royal court, it was so messy. Those big demons would not have time to talk nonsense with you. They might just kill you all. If they killed you, then all the problems would be solved. Li Zhu might have let me go on purpose. No spirit creature would do that in the royal court of spirit creatures. Letting me go on purpose means that he still wants to hide. Fan Ping thought of a problem. What was Li Zhu hiding, pretending to be stupid, pretending to be weak? This guy was the Lord. His strength might not be gone. Maybe his strength is still there. He just used some method to hide it. Then, why did he hide his strength? Fan Ping's head hurt from thinking about it. Forget it. He would not think about it anymore. He would tell old Zhang about it later. Old Zhang, that cunning old man, might have something in common with Li Zhu. Fan Ping did not think about them anymore. Instead, he glanced at the people around him. Right now, there were still many god generals around. He dared not make a move. However, once he reached the battlefield and entered, it would be his chance. Fan Ping saw Ji Yao and Bai Shanwei. He muttered in his heart, "You 2 rich people are not leaving? Don't blame me for being rude. I have to think of a way to escape safely, and create some trouble for the Lord at the same time. He probably didn't kill me because he wants me to solve the problem for him. This guy probably wants me to kill everyone here. He's so evil. It's a pity that Li didn't come." Fan Ping suddenly felt a little regretful that Li did not come. The Lord was very cunning. If Li came, Fan Ping was prepared to frame him. Feng Mie's life was in Li's hands. This would be a great show. Since I can't die in Li's hands, who should I die in? Feng Mie better not die in the hands of humans. Otherwise, King Maple might really go crazy. Fan Ping glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eyes. He could not kill all of them. He had to leave a group of them as audience members and mouthpieces. He had to choose someone to be the scapegoat. He had to be the scapegoat for killing Feng Mie. Not a single person from the Lord's faction came this time. They had probably calculated this, and did not want to give Fan Ping a chance. Based on this, Fan Ping was sure that Li Zhu was really sure that he was among this group of people. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to help him. You let me go today. On one hand, you want to hide yourself. On the other hand, you want to use me to complete some things that you can't do. I can't kill Hua Yu, Purple Moon, and the rest. I have to leave some of them to give you some pressure. If Feng Mie is dead, your pressure will be much less. I can't let you have it easy. As for the people from Destiny Royal Court, Fan Ping suddenly looked at Ji Yao, a smile on his face. Ji Yao seemed to have sensed it. She turned her head and glanced at him, her expression cold. Fan Ping continued smiling. You're rude to me, but I'll be polite to you. I won't kill you. On one hand, the Life King is powerful. The split body may be very strong, but I might not be able to kill you. On the other hand, if I kill Ji Yao, the Lord might expose his identity through some means, making the Destiny Royal Court more hostile to humans. If I don't kill you, you kill me. Fan Ping had an idea. He believed that if Ji Yao killed Feng Mie, Even if there were suspicious points, someone would help him clean up the mess. The Lord. Fan Ping was now very sure that if Feng Mia died at Ji Yao's hands, the Lord would definitely add fuel to the fire. He would insist on this point, and make the Maple King's faction go against the Destiny Royal Court. As for him, he would plot in the middle. Not only could he reduce his own pressure, he could also work with the Destiny Royal Court to prevent the Maple King's faction from taking over. Therefore, Feng Mia dying in Ji Yao's hands is what the Lord hopes to see. It's what I hope to see too. The Maple King's faction has been active recently. As for the Lord, he's keeping a low profile. He won't make too big of a move. He can also buy time for humans. Fan Ping suddenly straightened out all the clues. There was a super spy in the catacombs, Li Zhu, who was working with him. No matter what Li Zhu's ultimate goal was, right now, his and Fan Ping's interests were the same. If that was the case, Fan Ping did not mind working with him. Let Feng Mia be killed by Ji Yao. The Lord will make this the kind of irrefutable evidence. Very good. Fan Ping suddenly felt a tacit understanding with the Lord. You help me, I help you. Our goals were the same. As for who would benefit more, it would depend on the situation. Fan Ping felt that he had benefited, but in reality, the Lord felt that he did not lose anything at all. Not to mention that the mine that Fan Ping dug was not his. Even if it was his, he would not care. Fan Ping helped him solve the problem of the Maple King's faction. Perhaps in Li Zhu's eyes this was a big gain. I'll find a chance to let Feng Mia die. Then, I'll change my identity and leave the battlefield. But old Wang and the rest are being watched now. Once they come out, it will definitely cause some chaos. If they come out, it means that the people guarding the entrance are all dead. This is not a small matter. Fan Ping sighed in his heart again. This was a little troublesome. Could old Zhang see this? He should be able to. Hopefully, old Zhang could come to their rescue in time and bring them away. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave the battlefield. It's best if I become a human too. But if I become a human, someone will have to stay behind, or find a dead person to replace me. Is there anyone dead in the battlefield now? Fan Ping suddenly licked his lips. He thought of a person. He wondered if To Man was dead? If he was not, then he was still inside. He would kill him first. The evil sect's second elder was To Man's senior. This guy tried to kill him last time. He had to take revenge. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we get to the battlefield. Fan Ping stopped thinking about it. He suddenly said, Bai Shanwei, are you selling the holy fruit? On the other dragon, Bai Shanwei snorted coldly and ignored him. Fan Ping laughed. Name a price, Bai Shanwei. Don't think about becoming a divine general, or a true king. The stronger you are, the faster you die. Do you believe me? Bai Shanwei's expression was ugly. Not far away, Ji Nan shouted. Feng Miexing, stop talking nonsense. Fan Ping said mildly. What did I say? That's the truth. Some people just can't see reality clearly. Is King Bai Shanwei qualified to fight a life king? Bai Shanwei, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield this time. If you go in, you might not come out alive. Having said that, Fan Ping smiled. You can consider selling the holy fruit to me. Bai Shanwei sneered. Feng Miexing, you're still not good enough to sow discord between me and Ji Yao. You're only talking about the position of a lord. I've never thought about it. Do you think everyone wants to be a lord? Even if I can't become a lord, it doesn't mean that I have no hope of becoming a true king. Isn't becoming a true king better than being a lord? Feng Miexing, you're underestimating me. Fan Ping sneered. Go in and try then, but it's a pity that you're a venerable. Ji Yao might not be able to meet you. Ji Yao might not be able to kill you even if she goes to the battlefield. You've escaped death this time. Bai Shanwei and Ji Yao sneered at the same time. Idiot! Why would they care about such a shallow attempt to sow discord? Fan Ping ignored it. I'm just saying it casually. Maybe I'll be useful in the future. At the crucial moment, I can pretend to be Bai Shanwei and kill Ji Yao. Of course, Fan Ping did not care about that. An apple-like fruit and a heavenly golden lotus appeared in his hands. He said, Bai Shanwei, let's cut the crap. I'll trade for your holy fruit. Bai Shanwei sneered and said disdainfully, You're using the maple fruit and the holy lotus to trade for my holy fruit? Feng Mie Sheng, are you dreaming? He was disdainful. Beside him, someone said in a low voice, Maple Imperial City's Maple Lotus Demon Divine General produced another maple fruit? Although the maple fruit is not as good as Lord Tianyu's holy fruit, it's still a premium. Previously, the two divine generals of 9 cities consumed the maple fruit before they stepped into divine path. As these people chatted, Fan Ping took the opportunity to understand some information. The maple fruit was also a treasure that Fan Ping obtained from Feng Miexing's storage ring after killing him. This thing was quite expensive. The system estimated it to be more than 200 billion. It was even more expensive than the heavenly golden lotus. Together with the heavenly golden lotus, the total value of the holy fruit was more than 350 billion in Fan Ping's eyes. However, Bai Shanwei still looked disdainful. It seemed like the holy fruit was not cheap. The prices of goods in the catacombs were very different from those on Earth. The main reason was that there were too many energy stones here, so they had depreciated. Here, 1 petal of the heavenly golden lotus cost 500 kilograms of energy stones, and 1 petal cost 4,000 kilograms, which was 1,200 billion. On Earth, it was only 160 billion. The difference was about 8 times. According to the catacombs price standard, the maple fruit was worth 1.6 trillion. It would require at least 5,000 caddies of energy stones. Fan Ping suddenly had an idea. He smiled. Ji Yao, do you want the maple fruit? Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, her expression indifferent. What do you mean? I'll sell it to you. I was in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring much spring of life with me. Before he finished his words, Lu Wuxian turned around and said, Your Highness, the maple fruit cannot be traded. Your Highness lacks the spring of life, I still have some. Fan Ping secretly despised him. How many do you have? You don't even have a storage ring. What did you bring? I saw it. A few dozen kilograms of life essence was enough to kill him. That's not what I want. Fan Ping smiled. Uncle Wuxian, you still need to cultivate. This time, I'm escorting extermination. How can extermination still want Uncle's things? This time, I got the holy fruit. It doesn't matter whether I have the maple fruit or not. As he said that, Fan Ping asked again, Ji Yao, do you want to trade? Ji Yao's gaze flickered. How much do you want? 500 boxes of Spring of Life. Ji Yao's expression turned livid instantly. 500 boxes. 5,000 caddies. What a joke. Among the crowd, Xianjun said mildly, 100 King's Palace also sells maple fruits, but it costs 60 boxes of Spring of Life. Foam extermination, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Fan Ping sneered. Shut your mouth. I'm discussing a trade with Ji Yao. Who are you to interrupt? Fan Ping looked disdainful. He could not be bothered with him, but he was calculating in his heart. The things in the catacombs were 2F** king expensive. 600 caddies. 1.5 trillion. He had to sell the maple fruits and snatch them back later. Although it was the same to snatch the life essence later and increase his wealth, Fan Ping suspected that Ji Yao might not have that much life essence. Before everyone entered the battlefield, Ji Nan and the other god generals probably had some too. He had to take the good stuff from them. The maple fruits would definitely be left for Ji Yao. To maximize the benefits, selling them now was the most suitable. Fan Ping did not waste any more time. He chided Xianjun and said, The 100 King's Palace sells them, but that doesn't mean they have them in stock. Moreover, the maple fruits are different. The maple fruits from the Maple Imperial region are the most effective. Ji Yao, 80 boxes of Spring of Life. With our status, there's no need to bargain. Are you buying or not? Ji Yao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she glanced at Ji Nan. Ji Nan nodded slightly. They could still be bought. The Maple Imperial region had a top-notch Divine Path Realm monster maple tree. The maple fruits were condensed from that maple tree. The Maple Imperial region's maple fruits were indeed the best kind. 80 boxes, 800 caddies of life essence was not a small amount. However, if there was no war in the catacombs, a rank 9 monster plant could gather a lot of them. This thing was not as valuable as these energy fruits. Moreover, condensing energy fruits would consume a large amount of life essence. There was also a cost. I don't have that much, Fan Ping said straightforwardly. I only want the spring of life. I don't want the rest. I don't lack those. It's just that I didn't prepare too much spring of life in a hurry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the maple fruits. Ji Yao did not say anything else after hearing that. She transmitted her voice to Ji Nan and the rest. Very soon, on the Destiny Royal Court side, Ji Nan, Xian Tong, a few rank 8 martial artists, and Xian Jin and the rest all took out some life essence. After a while, many jade boxes appeared in Ji Yao's hands. She threw them to Fan Ping through the air and said coldly, "Give me the maple fruits." Fan Ping scanned the area. He did a good job this time. He had almost emptied these rank 8 and 9 life essence. If he snatched Ji Yao later, the maple fruits would be back in his hands, earning 800 caddies of life essence for nothing. It was worth it. Moreover, his wealth would increase by a lot too. Fan Ping did not hesitate. He threw the maple fruits out directly. His wealth increased by 180 million points in an instant. 800 caddies of life essence was worth 2 trillion. However, he had calculated 200 billion for the maple fruits. Now, he had to deduct the increase in wealth from the maple fruits. Fan Ping smiled. His wealth had increased a lot. The danger was gone. If he snatched the maple fruits back later, he could increase his wealth again. The life essence increased his wealth, and so did the holy fruits. Obviously, the catacombs also traded holy fruits. Fan Ping was still a little shocked. In the catacombs, he had not excavated enough. These things were traded. It seemed like the market here was very high-end. However, the increase in wealth from the holy fruits was not as much as Fan Ping had expected. 100 million points. It was not a small amount. It was equivalent to the system's evaluation of 1 trillion. It was equivalent to the value of 5 maple fruits. In other words, the effect of the holy fruits was at least 5 times that of the maple fruits and 50 times that of the one-petal heavenly golden lotus. However, Fan Ping was still a little disappointed. It seemed like this was not an energy fruit obtained by a true king with all his might. Otherwise, a true king would be more than 5 times stronger than a rank 9 monster plant. Although, it was not appropriate to use strength to measure the value of the energy fruit. Fan Ping glanced at the data and did not say anything. Wealth, 381 million points. Vitality, 70,480 calories, 70,480 calories. Mentality, 4,099 Hz, 4,099 Hz. Destructive force, 35 yuan, 35 yuan. Bones honed, 206 bones, 100%. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus energy shield. 1 point/minute, plus aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus. Previously, he had condensed 50 lumps of 1,000-element imperishable substance and spent 500 million wealth. He had thought that the value of the holy fruits was amazing, perhaps more than 1 billion wealth points. Now, it seemed like he had thought too much. Actually, Fan Ping also knew that the possibility was not high. 1 billion points, that was 10 trillion. The system's valuation was different from the catacombs' prices. The system's valuation was 10 trillion. According to the catacombs' inflation, that would be about 80 trillion energy stones, which was more than 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones. If one mineral vein did not even have that much, there would at least be a few mineral veins. Only a fool would exchange a few mineral veins for one holy fruit. It was impossible. I've spent too much wealth points. In the end, I still need more than 600 million points to level up. I hope I can get this much from the King Battleground this time. Fan Ping felt that there was a lot of hope. Jiao had a holy fruit, and so did Bai Shanwei. That would be 200 million. This did not include other things. If he included them, it should be enough. I have 1,300 caddies of life essence now. Fan Ping sighed in his heart. He hoped to snatch another 700 caddies to make up a ton. However, Ji Yao and the rest did not seem to have many left. Fan Ping glanced at the Sky Plant's royal court people. These people did not have storage rings, but it was hard to say. Why you and the rest might have. You don't have to contribute too much. 700 caddies of life essence is enough. Let me calculate life essence in tons. Fan Ping felt that he could change units. When he went back, he would tell others that he had a ton of life essence. I have to use 10 tons of rank 9 energy stones as a unit. As Fan Ping thought about it, he almost could not hold back his smile. At this moment, he did not care about these things. The danger had been eliminated. He should be out of the Lord King's threat range. Fan Ping suddenly woke up. He turned around abruptly. Mother Kerr, he was already 3,000 li away from Sky Plant's city, right? 3,000 li. He, an upper stage rank 8 martial artist, was finally out of danger. What did this mean? It meant that the Lord King might chase after him. It was not until he flew 3,000 li away that the Lord King gave up on this idea. Or, within 3,000 li, even if the Lord King was in Sky Plant's city, he could still threaten him? Damn it! How is this possible? 3,000 li, even old Zhang can't threaten me. No, this might mean that the Lord King's attack can radiate 3,000 li. Once I'm attacked, I can't escape. He's stronger than King Huai. Much stronger. King Huai killed Jiao, but he couldn't kill Jiao from 2,000 li away. My strength and Jiao's should be equal. If that's the case, the Lord King is stronger than King Huai. Damn it! Fan Ping was terrified. This guy was a true king. And an extremely powerful kind of true king. Fan Ping was extremely terrified at this moment. Even if he felt that the Lord King's strength was still there, he did not think that this guy would be very strong. He thought that the Lord King had recovered his previous strength at most. But now, thinking about how the Lord King had even kept many true kings in the dark, Fan Ping swallowed his saliva. It was not a secret technique. This guy had relied on his own strength to hide under the true king's noses. His chi was actually still there, but his chi was the remnant of his chi when he was injured at peak rank 9. After all, he was an elemental Dao powerhouse. That was why the Lord King he sensed now was a person with weak elemental Dao aura who was about to die. Actually, the true kings knew of his existence. It was different from Fan Ping who had concealed his chi. But this guy could hide his strength from the true kings and his rank 9 standard without being discovered by the true kings. That meant that his strength was much stronger than those true kings. Damn it! This is too important! Fan Ping even suspected that he was stronger than old Zhang. How is this possible? At this moment, Fan Ping suddenly felt that this function of the system was really too awesome. Maybe I've discovered a big secret that everyone in the catacombs doesn't know. A powerhouse who might be strong enough to be comparable to 2 great Dao is actually hibernating. What is he waiting for? At this moment, Fan Ping only felt that he had really gained a lot this time. He knew too many top secrets. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 760. I'm currently in 4th place in the monthly votes, not too far from 3rd place. I hope that my brothers will support me. The top 3 in the monthly votes rankings have bonuses. I'm earning money for the new year. Brothers, please support me. Thank you. Last 3 days of global martial arts, asking for monthly votes. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 761. The kingdom was quite far from the king's battleground, more than 30,000 li. However, the dragon's speed was also extremely fast, reaching up to 1,000 li per hour. On the afternoon of the 15th, Fang Ping and the others set off. On the night of the 16th, Fang Ping could already see the desolate and uninhabited land in the distance. The king's battleground was like a big bowl, upside down on the ground. The king's battleground was between two kingdoms. The kingdom's terrain was not rectangular. From the king's battleground, it was Destiny Royal Court's territory. In terms of territory size, Destiny Royal Court was slightly larger than Sky Plant's Royal Court. The four kingdoms' total area was more than 6 billion square kilometers. Among them, Thousand Demon Royal Court was the largest, while Guardian Royal Court was the smallest. Destiny Royal Court's territory was much larger than Sky Plant's Royal Courts. By much, it was probably close to the total area of Earth. Before they reached their destination, Fan Ping stood up on the dragon's back, his expression cold. "We're finally here. The kingdom shouldn't have put up a warrant for Fan Ping. Otherwise, why would they force him to enter God's land?" Everyone was speechless. Putting up a warrant for Fang Ping was to make it easier to kill Fang Ping. Who would have thought that they still needed to force Fang Ping to enter God's land? After saying that, Fang Ping tilted his head to look at the people on the dragon's back, saying, 34 commander-level martial artists, 12 venerables. Commander-level martial artists, follow me into the king's battleground. Venerables. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, then looked at Hua Yu. Hua Yu, give me the commander-level martial artists under you. I'll let my people cooperate with you in the venerables' battleground. Are you interested in bringing people to play across the boundaries? Hua Yu smiled playfully. Feng Mieshing, you're bringing so many people in just to capture a few people. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Fang Ping's expression darkened. Cut the crap. What do you know? These people are the reincarnations of some powerhouses from the land of rebirth. Although they are not as strong as Fang Ping, they are not to be underestimated. Hua Yu, if you're still so stupid, you'll be the next one to die. Hua Yu snorted. Not far away, Purple Moon smiled faintly and said, There's no harm in going to the Commander Realm to take a look. Feng Mieshing, we can leave our men to you, but you have a precedent. Last time, you were completely annihilated in the general realm. I hope that it won't happen again this time. After saying that, Purple Moon said to the people behind her, Commander Realm warriors, follow Feng Mieshing into the unified domain. Remember, be smart. Don't think about throwing your life away. We're all Commander Realm martial artists. I don't think we're that stupid. Fang Ping huffed. Purple Moon, don't give me that. If your people go in, then you have to listen to me. Otherwise, if anyone dares to mess up my plans, this commander will kill them all. Fang Ping was not courteous at all. Purple Moon chuckled softly, not minding either. He continued to count the number of people and said in a low voice, There are a total of 42 commander-level people. Hua Yu, Yangxing, and the rest of you, there are a total of 60 people. Killing those people is not up to me alone. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, All right, you guys can go in now. Listen to Feng Extermination's arrangements. The other young man also said with a smile. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He turned to look at Feng Ji, who had just returned from the battlefield, and asked, How many people does the majestic court have in the unified domain? Feng Ji said hurriedly. When this subordinate came out, there were 37 people. What about the 8 major divine sects and 12 dynasties? About 30 people. This subordinate did not check carefully. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said slowly, In that case, this commander can still gather close to 70 people in the unified domain. Including the people here, there are 130 people. On the other side, Ji Yao said slowly, This consort did not bring many people this time. There are only 10 people who can enter the unified domain. However, the majestic court has about the same number of people in the unified domain as you do. It won't be a problem to gather 70 people. Fan Ping said savagely. 200 people. 200 commander-level people. If we still can't kill Wang Jinyang and the rest, then we're all trash. His face was full of savagery, but many people snorted at him. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said, You and Ji Yao are among the 200 commanders, but you can't even kill a few martial practitioners who have come back to life. Feng Mieshing, if you really fail, this sovereign thinks that you should just withdraw from the throne yourself. A few hundred people. That was not to chase and kill, but to search. After all, the unified domain was not small. If they found the people, so many people could not kill them? 200 commander-level people were enough to kill a rank 9. A large number of ants could kill an elephant. Rank 7s were not weak either. If they attacked together, they could even kill a rank 9. In the past, when human rank 9 martial artists were not enough, 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists dared to intercept a rank 9. Although there were heavy casualties, at least they could delay the other party. 200. If they fought with all their might, they could even kill a rank 9. Fan Ping did not care about him. He looked at Ji Yao and asked, Did you bring the true king's origin with you? Ji Yao glanced at him and said lightly, That's none of your business. Fan Ping was displeased. He shouted, Ji Yao, you better not go in. This commander does not want what happened last time to happen again. If you bring the origin with you, those people will capture you and use you to threaten us. Do you want to repeat what happened last time? Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Feng Mieshing, this bastard, was getting more and more arrogant. Fan Ping did not care how ugly her expression was. He looked around and looked at the Tiger King's descendant. He said, Anyone who carries the true king's origin better not go in. This commander does not want them to use you as a target. They could have one for sure, but in the end, because of you, we will suffer heavy casualties. Beside him, Lu Wushan also said, The situation in the unified domain is special. It's best not to bring the origin with you, including Lord True King's clone. Even if you bring it, it's best not to use it. Although Lord True King's clone doesn't contain much origin, mainly immortal deity, once its attack power reaches the divine path, it will also trigger the chaos origin. Origin Chi was slightly different from a clone. One was the embodiment of Origin Dao, containing a wisp of Origin Dao enlightenment. In fact, it did not have any attack power. In the outside world, it was almost useless, unless it was used for enlightenment. However, in the unified domain, Origin Chi was the trigger, and its lethality was extremely high. As for the True King's clone, it contained very little Origin Chi. Some did not even have it at all. It was purely cut by mentality. If such a clone only had the strength of a weak rank 9, it would not trigger the chaos origin. At this time, Fan Ping looked at Ji Yao and said, Lord Life King's clone on you, its strength should have reached the divine path. It's best not to bring it. Fan Ping's heart was filled with anticipation. Don't bring it. If you don't bring it, I can kill you. If you do, it will be very troublesome. Ji Yao humphed. Mind your own business. Why won't I bring it? With Ancestor King's clone around, I don't think they will dare to do anything to me. Obviously, this woman was not completely stupid. Just bring it, and don't use it. When it was really necessary, it would be extremely dangerous. Who would care if others died or not? At most, they would die together. Fan Ping felt regretful. What a pity! It seemed like he could not force this woman to the path of death, or else it would be troublesome. She was harder to kill than Feng Mieshing. Life King was definitely stronger than Feng Mieshing. Life King was the Lord of Destiny Royal Court's True King Hall, a top-notch powerhouse who had fought with heavenly kings suppressing across space. His clone would not be weaker than old Zhang's. Once Ji Yao was killed, it might explode on its own. As for Feng Mieshing's Maple King's clone, it had not reached that level yet. From this, One could see the difference in strength between some powerhouses. Of course, the strength of the clone depended on how much mentality these true kings cut. Heavenly King Suppressing had cut a few times, but his strength was very average. Obviously, he did not cut much. At the moment, he was not sure how strong the Life King's clone on Jia was. Fan Ping felt that it was best not to test it. The king's battleground. The few human rank 9 powerhouses in charge of guarding were still on the high platform that Fan Ping had arrived at previously. Beside them, in the Catacombs Powerhouse's palace, there were also a few rank 9 powerhouses in the flight step, looking at the periphery. On the high platform, Wei Yong's expression did not look good. So many people. So many powerhouses. Almost 10 rank 9 powerhouses had come. More than 30 rank 8 powerhouses. There were even more rank 7s. Wei Yong roughly sensed that there were about 70 of them. An army of more than 100 people had arrived. At this moment, Wei Yong's head was as big as a cow's, about to explode. He hurriedly looked at a rank 7 martial artist who had been on standby and shouted, "Go and quickly! Go, tell everyone to evacuate the rank 7 region! You must be fast!" He was not the only one. Several other rank 9 powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the place bellowed angrily. "Go! Remember, even if the entrance is blocked, you have to break through it." When the rank 7 martial artist hurried into the rank 7 territory, the Caucasian powerhouse from the Hall of Gods said with a livid expression, "Wei Yong! Damn bastard! Tell your Lord Martial King that we do not welcome people from martial arts universities. Next time, cancel the quota for martial arts universities." Experts from Myriad Pagoda World and Ancient Buddha's Sacred Ground agreed. "That's right. Your people are too much." Every time, he would implicate others. If this were to continue, how would they be able to explore the King battlefield? How can it become a holy land for cultivation? All of them were extremely dissatisfied. If this went on, how were they going to continue exploring the King-level battlefield? The entrance of a few people from martial arts universities had attracted so many people to help. They were about to go crazy. Wei Yong also wanted to cry but had no tears. He was too lazy to argue and immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense, delay for a while. Quickly say that we want to check their identities and qualifications. At least let our people out first. Otherwise, they won't be able to come out later." At this time, the few of them could not be bothered to continue cursing. What Wei Yong said was right. If they did not delay, such a large group of people entering together, there must be an important figure with leadership power. Then, the people inside would be in danger. The few of them did not delay and flew toward the entrance one after another. Before the others came out, at least most of the people had to evacuate before the catacombs people could enter. Otherwise, something big might happen. Wei Yong prepared to intercept them for a moment, while transmitting his voice. "Later, I will return to Mount Royal Sea to inform all the paragons. When you guys come out, take some of them with you. Don't stay here for long." The people from the sacred grounds responded one after another. Usually, everyone was at odds with each other. However, when it came to a time of life and death, if they still could not reach an agreement, the human world would have been conquered long ago. Even so, the few of them still made up their minds. There would not be a next time. The next time martial arts university people came, they would immediately evacuate their people. If martial arts university people participated in the next youth competition, they would immediately protest. Of course, it was hard to say whether there would be a next time. Who knew what would happen in 3 years? As these people were discussing in the distance, a group of people riding on dragon beasts had already flown over. From afar, some of the powerhouses in charge of guarding the imperial battlefield shouted, "Welcome, your highnesses! Greetings, Lord Liu! Greetings, Marshal Nan!" The powerhouses in charge of guarding were also very surprised. So many people. So many powerhouses. Lu Wushan, the top powerhouse in the God General's ranking. Jinan, Xiantong, the big shots in Sky Gate Royal Court, each led an army. Xiantan was still the #1 powerhouse in King Mystic Territory, leading the entire King Mystic Territory. Maple Mansion, Hua Mansion, Ziluo Mansion, Tiger Mansion, 100 Hills Mansion, the heirs of these mansions were all here. Even they did not expect that a small disturbance in the Imperial battlefield would actually attract so many people. Lord? They were welcoming, but Wei Yong and the rest's expressions changed again. Even the Lord-level powerhouses were here? Although humans did not know much about the few royal courts, they at least knew that Sky Plant's royal court had 9 halls. Other than the true King Hall, the other 8 halls Lord and Deputy Lord were all peerless powerhouses among rank 9. They did not expect such powerhouses to come here. Not only Sky Plant's royal court, but Destiny Royal Court also had many powerhouses. Wei Yong even felt that these few god generals who came were giving him a great sense of oppression. This is troublesome. These people are guarding the periphery. Even if they come out, it will be dangerous. I'm afraid the few of us can't stop them. It seems that we must ask the Paragons to come and hold the fort. Wei Yong thought to himself. Including the rank 9s who were originally in charge of guarding, there were already 14 catacombs rank 9s here. Among them, half of them had stepped into Origin Dao. With so many powerful rank 9s here, the 6 of them might not be able to stop them. Fortunately, no desperate realms came, but it's hard to say what will happen next. If the human Paragons are here, I'm afraid that the Catacombs Paragons will also come soon. Wei Yong's mind was filled with thoughts one after another. He was still thinking. At this time, among the people who came, someone shouted loudly, "Is Fang Ping here? Tell the resurrected martial artist that if Fang Ping comes here, I will let Wang Jinyang and the rest go." The person who came was very arrogant. He stood alone on top of a dragon beast's head. Soon, he looked at Wei Yong and the rest, shouting, "You guys go back and report to your true king. Let Fang Ping come to the land of King Battleground. I will bring people back. Otherwise, I will kill all the resurrected martial artists in the land of King Battleground this time." After saying that, Fang Ping shouted again, "King Ancestor, King Huai, and the other lords will be here soon. King Hua and the other lords may come too. If you still don't hand Fang Ping over, don't blame me for attacking the land of rebirth." Fang Ping shouted loudly. His face was full of arrogance. Actually, he was telling these guys to go back and report quickly. King Maple and the rest were likely to arrive at the Imperial City. If they did not find Fang Ping when they arrived at the Imperial City, with the King Lord's cunning personality, he might deliberately leak that Fang Ping might be in the crowd. That guy, in order to get rid of suspicion, would most likely leak some information on purpose. Of course, it would not be too soon. If it was too soon, the King Lord was also worried that Fang Ping and the rest would be killed before they could reach the land of King Battleground. When Fang Ping and the rest entered the land of King Battleground, that guy might do this. Among the crowd, there were a few descendants of the true king now. They were all the most important kind. The probability of the true king rushing here was not small. When Wei Yong heard this, his expression changed instantly. A few true kings? No, he had to find Zhang Tao quickly. The few martial artists inside were Zhang Tao's people. If things went according to the current situation, they would die without a doubt. Wei Yong and the rest did not reply. Fang Ping shouted again. "Hand over Fang Ping, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will kill all of you until the land of rebirth flows with blood. If you don't hand over Fang Ping and let the longevity sword come here, I will also give you a chance." Wei Yong and the rest were confused. Why was the longevity sword involved again? Seeing that they did not utter a word, Fang Ping snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash. Go and inform your true king. You can't make the decision yet. Do you want us to attack the land of rebirth before you are willing to beg for mercy?" Wei Yong frowned at him. Arrogant. He knew this guy, Feng Mieshing. Previously, he heard that he was on the run after being killed by Fang Ping and was lucky to escape with his life. Now he was actually arrogant. Wei Yong did not say much. He sent a voice transmission to the others. This is troublesome. I have to leave immediately and report to Absolute Summit. Everyone, delay for a while more. All right. Actually, there was no need for him to delay. Fang Ping ordered directly. Recuperate for a while and get ready. Someone, Feng Ji, you go in first. Gather the people from the royal court and wait at the entrance. This time, we must kill Wang Jinyang. Yes, sir. Feng Ji responded. Without hesitation, he entered the rank 7 region very quickly. Ji Yao and the rest did not have any objections. Ji Yao also made some arrangements, sending people in to gather people first. Lu Wuxian and the rest looked satisfied. The few highnesses had all grown up. This was the proper way to do things. It was to prevent the other party from defeating them one by one before they could gather. It was good now. When everyone was here, hundreds of chieftains would gather and surround and kill a few rank 7s. It would be a piece of cake. This way, the safety of the few highnesses would be the greatest guarantee. As he was thinking about it, Fang Ping shouted again. The rest can leave. Keep a close eye on Wang Jinyang and the rest. Don't let them leave the land of war. Even if they leave the land of war, be prepared to kill them. Don't worry about the land of rebirth's true king. Ancestor Wang and the rest will be here in a moment. At this moment, Wei Yong could not take it anymore. He shouted, How dare you attack the homicidal martial artists outside the land of war? Fang Ping sneered. So what? Wang Jinyang and the rest must be killed. Do you really think that the royal court is afraid of you? You. Wei Yong was anxious. Without hesitation, he used flight step and headed straight for Mount Royal Sea. Lu Wuxian glanced at Fang Ping and sent a voice transmission. Your Highness, don't incite the battle between the true kings. Fang Ping laughed. Miexing understands. We are just forcing the land of rebirth to hand Fang Ping over. Lu Wuxian nodded slightly and said nothing more. While Fang Ping and the rest were waiting. Forbidden Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea. Wei Yong did not stop. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than half an hour to travel 1,000 miles. At this moment, Wei Yong was in a sorry state. Flying at 2,000 miles per hour was a heavy burden on his body. He had just arrived at Mount Royal Sea when Zhang Tao's silhouette suddenly appeared. He asked, Is there a situation in the land of war? Wei Yong said hurriedly, There's a problem. Many powerhouses are here. One of the 8 halls even sent a hall master. I've never seen him before. 70 to 80 rank 7 martial artists are here. That's not all. The Maple King's descendant, Feng Miexing, even said that many peerless powerhouses are coming. Wei Yong reported the news hurriedly. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. His gaze was slightly strange. He asked, Repeat what Feng Miexing said word for word. Wei Yong was a rank 9 after all. His memory was amazing. Without any delay, he repeated it immediately. Zhang Tao began to plan in his mind. This was a threat. It also meant that Feng Miexing was arrogant and despotic. But this seemed to be a message too, right? The Maple King was coming. Many true kings were coming too. He even asked someone to tell these peerless powerhouses that even the longevity sword was mentioned. Fang Ping? This thought popped up in Zhang Tao's mind. The next moment, he was suddenly sure. It must be Fang Ping. This guy killed Feng Miexing and replaced him. He actually became the crown prince? Not bad. If that was the case, he had become the boss of the rank 7 region in the land of war? How did this kid do it? As Zhang Tao thought about it, his expression suddenly changed. Mother asterisk cur. Old Zhang suddenly cursed. This kid seemed to have said that many true kings were coming. Based on this guy's personality, he must have felt that he could not handle it alone and said it on purpose. He was asking him to hurry up and save his life. Maple King, Hua King, Zilluo King, and this is the Monster Plant Kingdom. Don't tell me the Monster Plant Kingdom is coming too? Zhang Tao's face turned green as he thought about it. What was this bastard doing? Why did he provoke so many true kings just by going to the restricted area? Wei Yong saw him swearing and said worriedly, King Wu, are they really going to start a war? It's not the time yet. They've waited for thousands of years. It won't be this time, right? Zhang Tao's expression was ugly. It would not be an all-out war. However, if these people knew that Fang Ping was here and Fang Ping killed their descendants, a war might break out. Others aside, if Maple King knows that Feng Miexing is dead, he definitely won't let it go. That guy wanted to kill Fang Ping for a long time. The Feng family's more powerful figures are all dead. Zhang Tao was helpless. Maple King's two sons, both of whom had stepped into Origin Dao, were all dead. Among his few grandsons, Feng Qing and Feng Miexing were the most outstanding. Now they were all dead. If Maple King knew about this situation, how could he not go crazy? It was fine if they were not all dead. At least there was still hope. If Feng Qing was dead, there was still Feng Miexing to replace him. However, now that they were all dead and the rest were all repulsive people, how could he not be angry? This is troublesome. Zhang Tao was very tired. I thought that I alone would be enough. I'm afraid it's a little troublesome now. It's not enough. Also, what did this kid do to stir up such a big mess this time? Did he reap any benefits? Stirring up trouble depends on whether it's worth it or not. If it's not worth it, then stir up trouble. I can't tolerate this kind of cleaning up after a person. This bastard, provoking a true king, it's not worth it if I don't get 2,000 caddies of energy stones. A ton of energy stones is worth it if I provoke a true king, but how many do I have to provoke? How many tons? And this is the light kind. If I fight a true king to the death, F***ck, it's not worth it if it's less than 5 tons. Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. A fight to the death might not happen. However, some conflicts were inevitable. In other words, if he had conflicts with many true kings this time, Fang Ping would at least get back a few tons of energy stones. That would not be a loss. I was going to collect 1,500 caddies from him. Humph! Now, if a true king comes, it's 1,500 caddies. I'll see if he still causes trouble next time. Zhang Tao made up his mind. If 4 or 5 true kings came this time, he would collect 600 to 700 caddies from him. That kid still had a few tons of mineral vein in MC Mayu. If he did not get anything this time, the mineral vein would belong to him. That's good too. Let's see if you still cause trouble after I take your mineral vein. Old Zhang calculated and said quickly, You go back first. I know what happened. Now that the catacombs' true kings haven't arrived, it's not convenient for us to show up. Don't worry, this place is only 1,000 miles away from the king battlefield. If a true king really comes, we'll be there soon. Wei Yong thought about what this meant. Did the martial king think that he could not handle it alone? Surely not. Zhang Tao ignored him and did not probe the king battlefield with his mentality, lest others think that he had a guilty conscience. If there were no true kings coming to the king battlefield, he would be suspicious if he rashly probed. I'm afraid it's a little difficult for me to handle it alone. I'll have to call Li Jin. That old geezer warlord still has to guard Magic City. He can't come, so I'll have to call another powerful paragon. That should be enough, right? With 3 powerful paragons, it's not a big deal if 4 or 5 true kings come. But this kid is really going to go bankrupt this time. After causing so much trouble, maybe I can extort 10,000 caddies of energy stones, just enough to take away half of MC Mayu's mineral vein, lest others think it's unfair, Zhang Tao calculated in his heart. MC Mayu still had some assets. Fang Ping kept causing trouble like this. He had to be taught a lesson. MC Mayu has suffered a lot this time. We've lost half of the mineral vein. It's time to remember. P.S. Those who participated in the tipping event can go for the lucky draw now. The event has ended. Chapter 762. The King's Battleground. Fang Ping brought everyone and stood at the entrance. Not long after, a group of people rushed out, covered in blood. Fang Ping saw the situation and shouted, "Someone, go in and tell them not to let these useless people break up the camp. Other than Wang Jinyang and a few others, they are all useless. It doesn't matter if they kill them or not." The human powerhouses who had just rushed out glared at them. This was too much of a blow. Fang Ping sneered, his face full of contempt. He cursed in his heart, "What are you glaring at? I'm saving you." Ignoring these people, after a while, Feng Ji came out and said loudly, "Your Highness, the news has been spread. Now they are rushing to the entrance." Fang Ping looked around. Many people had come out from the human side. If he delayed any longer, others would be suspicious. Fang Ping did not delay any more, shouting, Go in!" As soon as he finished speaking, there were people scouting ahead, and people protecting behind. Under everyone's protection, Fang Ping began to enter the king's battleground. The crowd followed in. Seeing this scene, the human powerhouses sighed. They were dead. Wang Jinyang and the rest would definitely die. Too many. They could still escape before, that was because the catacombs were not united. Now 2 princes with the right to speak had entered. Now in the rank 7 region, who dared to disobey? A few hundred rank 7s were enough to fight a big battle. In the Tianan catacombs battle, the catacombs gathered rank 7 martial artists were only about 100 people. This time, there were more people than the Tianan battle. Moreover, these people could enter the king's battleground. They were geniuses. Their martial arts and combat techniques were stronger, and their equipment was better. Many of them carried divine weapons. Wang Jinyang and the rest were not rank 9s. Even if they were rank 9s, weak rank 9s would still die. Origin powerhouses were more likely. Origin powerhouses were very difficult to kill. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others entered the king's battleground. Sky Plant City. 2 huge figures broke through the air and arrived directly. In the next moment, an old figure appeared in the void. "Tian Yu! Feng Ji, Huaying, both of you are here!" In the void, King Huai's mentality swept past, and he snorted softly. In the next moment, a team of sky plant soldiers guarding in the Huai manor exploded. The old Tian Yu frowned slightly. Duke Huai snorted coldly and said, "The Duke Huai manor is not the place for the royal court to interfere. How dare you barge into Duke Huai manor? You're courting death." He did not care what these people were doing in Duke Huai manor. Without his permission, entering Duke Huai manor was the same as seeking death. Having said that, King Huai's mentality swept across the imperial city and asked coldly, "Where is Fang Ping?" Tian Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Huaying, don't be impatient. Withdraw your pressure." King Huai was completely unbridled. Although he hadn't specifically targeted them, nor had he purposely retracted his oppressive might, over 1,000 people had already died in the city. Tian Yu was clearly displeased. This time, King Huai retracted his aura and said mildly, "I only care about Fang Ping. That bastard provoked us again and again. We should have killed him long ago." At the side, the Feng King also looked around and said slowly, "Where's Old Man Extermination?" Tian Yu said mildly, "Feng Miexing and the others have gone to the battleground, preparing to kill Fang Ping's henchmen." Tian Yu said casually, then said, "Fang Ping didn't appear. What happened earlier might not have been Fang Ping's doing." "What do you mean?" King Huai was somewhat displeased and said unhappily, "Then who killed the people from King Huai Manor?" He was displeased, and so was Tian Yu. He said in an icy voice, "Huaying, don't question me again. You don't have the right. If you dare to be impudent again, don't blame me for summoning back the demons from the King Huai region." King Huai snorted but said nothing more. Within the territory of the king's court, all the demons, be it monsters or monster plants, had to listen to Tian Yu. Today, everyone's life essence and energy fruits were provided by the monster plant clan. If he really angered Tian Yu and summoned these demons back, he would be in trouble too. The Feng King smiled faintly and said, "Why is Tian Yu so angry?" After he said a few words, Tian Yu's anger subsided and he said mildly, "When I became a king, there was no King Huai to speak of. Young people are hot-tempered." King Huai glanced at him and ignored him. He became a king relatively late. Tian Yu was also a monster plant. He had lived for an unknown number of years and started guarding the Sky Plant Royal Court 1,000 years ago. It was around that time that he became a true king. As for him, he became a true king only a few hundred years ago. On the other hand, the Feng King had become a true king for a longer time. Although he was later than Tian Yu, he improved faster and walked quite a distance on the Tao of Origin. In the void, the three chatted for a while. Below, many people were kneeling. The few of them did not mind. The Feng King glanced at Zhao Xingwu, who was not far away, and raised his brows slightly. He did not look much and said, "Let's go to the Feng Mansion for a chat." 2 people and 1 demon directly landed in the Feng Mansion. Once they landed in the Feng Mansion, the Feng King asked, "What's going on with Zhao Xingwu?" Tian Yu smiled faintly and said, "Feng Ji, you really don't know anything?" The Feng King smiled and said, "Indeed, I don't know. My clone was taken away by extermination, and some things have not been sent back." As he said, the Feng King swept a glance at the Feng Mansion. Then, he suddenly grabbed with his bare hand. In the next instant, a figure landed in his hand. Jin Yuhuai was almost scared to tears and hurriedly said, "Lord Feng King, this subordinate comes from the 6 southern regions. It was His Highness who brought me back." The Feng King frowned slightly and said, "Shut up! This king is asking you, who have you been in contact with?" Jin Yuhuai had a blank expression. Then, he said nervously, "Lord, this subordinate." The Feng King ignored him. In the next instant, some things on Jin Yuhuai's body directly floated out. The Feng King said faintly, "Medicinal pills from the land of rebirth. Have you been in contact with resurrected martial artists?" Jin Yuhuai hurriedly said, "I've fought with resurrected martial artists many times in the 6 southern regions, and seized some of their medicinal pills." The Feng King said faintly, "No wonder. As soon as this king entered the mansion, I felt the unpleasant aura of the resurrected martial artists. Get lost." After saying that, the Feng King ignored him. Jin Yuhuai's legs turned to jelly. He greeted the 3 true kings with fear and trepidation before leaving the place in a panic. The Feng King walked toward the basilica while shaking his head and said, "Resurrected martial artists are really everywhere. Even the Feng Mansion is tainted with their aura." Tian Yu smiled and said, "You know a lot about resurrected martial artists. How can I not know anything after fighting for so many years?" The Feng King did not mind. He smiled and said, "But you, Tian Yu, have been guarding the imperial city for so many years. You don't know much about resurrected martial artists." After a few words, the Feng King and the others had already arrived at the basilica. The few of them took their seats. Tian Yu did not delay and roughly explained the matter. The Feng King heard that and frowned slightly. The Tianji army is indeed useless. Extermination was too anxious. He should have waited for this king to return before making plans. It's not appropriate to bring people to the king's battleground in a hurry. Tian Yu smiled faintly. It's understandable. Beside him, the Huai King said, "Then let's investigate thoroughly. Feng Ji, you and I will work together to seal off the imperial city and investigate carefully. I've checked on Fang Ping before. If we meet Fang Ping, no matter how he disguises himself, once I inspect him, he will definitely reveal his flaws." He had checked on Fang Ping once in the king's battleground. Even if Fang Ping disguised himself, as long as he was inspected by his mentality, it would be difficult to hide from him. Even if he did not inspect his internal organs or other places, he could break through his mentality defense and identify him. The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. He asked, "After extermination and the others left, did anything happen?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" The Feng King pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace and asked faintly, "What did Li Zhu say?" Li Zhu. Tian Yu thought for a moment before saying, "Li Zhu had no choice. You also know that ever since he returned injured that year, Li Zhu no longer cares about the royal court's matters." "Is that so?" The Feng King laughed faintly. "Tian Yu, we rarely return to the imperial city. You've always been here. There are some things that you know better than us. You've guarded the royal court for 1,000 years. You should know this. In this world, only the true king exists forever. The lord, the royal court, it's all just a game. In this 1,000 years, the royal court has changed 6 lords. 1 died in the Forbidden Sea, 2 died in the royal court's expedition, 1 died in the Bounded Zone, and 1 was executed by the true king's hall. When it came to Li Zhu's generation, when he entered Godpath, he wanted to interfere with the true king's hall and bring about his own destruction." The Feng King smiled faintly. "If not for the Netherworld King destroying his origin, I'm afraid he would already be dead. This person has great ambition. He wanted to use the royal court to control the true king. What a joke!" The Huai King also sneered. Li Zhu was too ambitious. He should have died long ago. He actually wanted to recreate the era of the 2 kings and even the era of the Demon Emperor. He wanted to unify God continent and change Emperor Li. What wishful thinking! According to this king, he should have been killed long ago. I don't know what King Qian was thinking. He actually supported him to become the lord. King Qian. The Feng King smiled. King Qian is confident that Li Zhu won't be able to escape his control. He's just setting up a trap to create some trouble for us. Speaking of King Qian, the Feng King wasn't in a hurry to talk about other things. He looked at the old man that Tian Yu had transformed into and smiled. "Tian Yu, has King Qian appeared recently? The war is approaching, but King Qian hasn't shown himself. Could it be that he will only appear when the war arrives?" Tian Yu said slowly. "King Qian and Heaven Suppression King have been in a stalemate for decades. I heard that he appeared at Imperial Sea Mountain a few days ago. Feng Ji, you should know better than me." Before the Feng King could speak, the Huai King said coldly, "When I fought with King Wu, he did speak. However, he was very secretive. I don't know where he is. All these years, he hasn't returned to the true King Hall. This king suspects that he isn't even in God continent." Tian Yu smiled. "What do you mean?" "He has been searching for traces of the 2 kings and even the Demon Emperor. Did he discover something? Or has he already infiltrated the king battlefield?" The Feng King pondered. "The chaos origin Tao of the king battlefield is extremely strong. The deeper one goes, the stronger it gets. King Qian shouldn't be able to infiltrate, right?" "That's hard to say." The Huai King smiled. "King Qian is also one of the oldest true king experts. In terms of time, he has been a king longer than Fate King. Fate King has only been the Hall Master of Heaven Fate Royal Court's true King Hall for 300 years. King Qian has been the Hall Master for 800 years. You and I don't know exactly when he became a king. I've always suspected that King Qian participated in the king battlefield battle." The moment this was said, Tian Yu's expression changed slightly. "That shouldn't be the case. If King Qian participated in the king battlefield battle, it means that he has been a king for thousands of years. From what I know, King Qian only became a true king after the Demon Emperor invaded God continent." Hearing its words, King Huai smiled and said, "Perhaps. However, King Qian is indeed too low-key. All these years, I've only seen him a few times. I don't know what he's thinking. Feng Ji, are you confident you can defeat him?" The Feng King chuckled. "How can it be so simple? King Qian has been on the second path for a long time. He has fought with Jinwan a few times and has never lost. Although he hasn't used his full strength, his strength is still extremely strong. Defeating him will be difficult." The Feng King then said, "Let's not talk about him. When Yexing left, did Li Zhu react?" Tian Yu said lightly. "I asked Gu Luo to stop him once, Feng Mieshing didn't listen, so Guluo didn't stop him again. I asked Guluo to stop him. The Feng King seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stood up. Huaying, Tianyu, since Fang Ping might have come to Sky Plant City, let's continue searching. Fang Ping might be the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. If he really came to God Continent, we must make him stay. As the Feng King said that, he looked in the direction of the palace again. Fang Ping. Although Li Zhu was crippled, he was not an idiot. If Fang Ping really came to God Continent, he could hide it from others, but could he hide it from Li Zhu? The imperial city might be big, but Li Zhu was not really an idiot. If he was, there would not be any true king supporting him all these years. The Feng King vaguely sensed that something was not right. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the main hall and reached the sky in an instant. He released his mentality abruptly. The Huai King also flew into the sky and began to investigate from the other side. Tianyu did not interfere. Instead, he stood tall in the sky and watched from the side. The Feng King probed while thinking about something. In the next moment, his mentality suddenly entered Li Zhu's residence. When he saw that Li Zhu was in closed-door cultivation, the Feng King frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his mentality entered the Right Marshal's residence. Right Marshal's residence. The Right Divine General looked calm. He said slowly, Sir Feng King, don't tell me you think that Fang Ping will sneak into Gu's residence? You stopped extermination before? Yes. Previously, when His Highness Feng and the others wanted to leave, I was worried that Fang Ping would be among them and tried to stop them once. However, His Highness insisted on going his own way. With Hall Master Lu escorting him along the way, I didn't stop him again. Who asked you to stop him? Li Zhu? That's right. The king is also worried that Fang Ping will be among them. He wants to wait for Sir Feng King to return before making a decision. In the sky, the Feng King probed for a while. He was a little distracted. At this moment, the Feng King's mentality suddenly spread toward the imperial palace. At the same time, Tianyu released his mentality and blocked the mentality. He said slowly, Feng Ji, I will investigate the imperial court. There's no need to trouble yourself. Tianyu, I just have a few questions to ask Li Zhu. Tianyu pondered for a moment and said, The imperial court is the orthodoxy after all. The true King Hall is only one of the 9 halls. King Qian and the other kings haven't made a decision yet. Feng Ji, don't act recklessly. The Feng King smiled faintly. If I really wanted to do anything to him, he wouldn't have lived until now. Tianyu said no more and spread his mentality. In the next moment, the Feng King's mentality entered the imperial court. In the imperial court, Li Zhu was currently watering a crystal-like little tree. The little tree was full of vitality and was filled with the aura of life. The Feng King's mentality flashed past. He did not send a voice transmission but condensed into a phantom and suddenly appeared in front of Li Zhu. He said with a faint smile, King Lord, it's been a long time. Li Zhu turned his head to take a look and continued to water the little tree in front of him. He said with a smile, Is something the matter, Feng King? The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. Taking a look at the little tree, he said with a light smile, Although the tree of life is good, it can only delay the rapid outbreak of your origin injuries. It treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Li Zhu is aware. But people only have one life, nobody wants to die in such a useless way. Rumor has it that the tree of life bears a fruit of life that can let people live another life. Maybe there's really hope. The Feng King laughed faintly and said playfully, Live another life? The tree of life bears a fruit of life. That's just a rumor. Legend has it that back then, the Demon Emperor once planted a tree of life and bore a fruit of life. But that was a great feat that was only completed with the sacrifice of myriad das and absorbing the source of myriad das. Li Zhu, perhaps you can try to slaughter tens of thousands of God Path martial artists and see if you can bear a fruit of life. Li Zhu laughed and sighed. After all, there's still hope. It's better than waiting for death. If not, Li Zhu would have died a long time ago. Why does Lord Feng King want to crush Li Zhu's last hope? The Feng King laughed again and said faintly, I just don't think there's a need to waste the spring of life. You've already used up quite a lot of the spring of life on the tree of life. Li Zhu laughed. This is also the only benefit of being a lord, isn't it? The Feng King did not continue this topic. The phantom strolled past Li Zhu and walked to the front of the huge window. At this moment, the imperial city could be seen. The Feng King looked for a while and said, Your people didn't go to the king battlefield? Extermination is young and full of vigor. I didn't let them go in case there's a conflict. Do you think Fang Ping came to God Land? Li Zhu pondered for a moment and said slowly, If there's no second person with this kind of ability, if this is not controlled by Lord Feng King, then Fang Ping must have come. I don't want to do this. The Feng King said calmly. I don't need to do this to deal with you. So, you're not doing this in the dark? Li Zhu laughed and sighed. In the end, strength is everything. If you really have the energy, you should find a way to recover your strength. It's been so many years. I've seen through everything. The Feng King was silent for a moment and said, Fang Ping really came? Should be. When extermination left, did Fang Ping sneak into the crowd? Most likely. The Feng King looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. How brave! If that's the case, you knew that Fang Ping might have snuck into the crowd, but you didn't care and let him go? Li Zhu laughed. Feng King, Li Zhu wants to live. If it were you, what would you do? Stop him or not? If he stopped, extermination would not listen. He thought that Li Zhu was determined to let Fang Ping go. If he didn't stop him and Fang Ping left, there would be less trouble in the imperial city. Moreover, no one was willing to listen to Li Zhu. Gulua went to stop him, but no one cared. What else could he do? The Feng King's apparition looked at him deeply. After a while, he said slowly, If anything happens to extermination, I will settle it with you. Lord Feng King, you must be joking. Li Zhu said slowly, I've done everything I could. Moreover, whether it was Fang Ping or not is just a guess. There's no proof. Extermination also has Lu Wuxian and a few powerhouses to protect him. Why must you vent your anger on me, Feng King? The Feng King said nothing. Li Zhu laughed again. Lord Feng King, you should go to the battlefield to take a look, in case something happens. The Feng King said calmly, If I go now, I'm afraid I'll enter the battlefield. Moreover, I'm also thinking, is it Fang Ping's doing, or is it someone else? Extermination has my avatar to protect him. Even if Fang Ping really appears, he might not be able to do anything. Li Zhu smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe. The Feng King saw this and said nothing more. In the next moment, the apparition disappeared. After the Feng King left, Tian Yu's avatar appeared and said, Will Feng extermination die? I don't know. What about Hua Yu and the rest? I don't know. What about Ji Yao? I don't know either. Li Zhu laughed. Lord Tian Yu, Li Zhu isn't a god. How can I control everything? I can only say that everything is up to the heavens. I only care about the imperial court's matters and I can't do anything else. Tian Yu sighed and said after a long time, If Feng extermination, Hua Yu, and the rest die, the Feng King and the rest will probably vent their anger on you, then I hope that you can protect them. Li Zhu laughed. They didn't die in my hands, so what can I do? Tian Yu went silent for a moment before saying, I'm thinking, can you really unify God continent? I don't know. I've cultivated for thousands of years. Maybe I made the wrong bet this time. Tian Yu murmured, and his figure disappeared. Li Zhu waited for it to leave before laughing and shaking his head. Since he had made the bet, there was no need to hesitate. How could he continue walking the true king path if he hesitated? You're old, Li Zhu murmured. He didn't say anything else and continued watering the tree of life. The king battlefield. Fang Ping didn't know that Li Zhu didn't release any information in secret. He just told the Feng King that he might have blended into the crowd. Right now, Fang Ping couldn't care less. The moment he entered the king battlefield, Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. This was a good place. Here, there was no true king watching him. There were no Origins powerhouses following him. In front of him, a large group of rank 7 martial artists gathered. When they saw Fang Ping enter, they shouted in unison. "Greetings, Your Highness!" Fang Ping swept his gaze around and asked darkly. "Where are they?" "Reporting to Your Highness, Qin Feng Qing and the rest appeared 800 arcs to the south." "What about now?" "Now, a bunch of trash." Fang Ping cursed and shouted. "Trash! How many of you are carrying divine weapons? Step forward." Everyone looked at each other. Soon, including the people Fang Ping brought, there were about 100 martial artists. More than 50 of them stepped forward. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, "All of you, follow me. The rest of you, split into 2 teams. Each team will go in one direction and search along the boundary wall. I will bring people and march straight in, forcing them to the end of the boundary. When that time comes, we will surround and kill them together." Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao and the rest who had entered behind him and said, "Ji Yao, what arrangements do you have for your people?" Ji Yao looked at the people from Destiny Royal Court. Before she could speak, Fang Ping said again, "Why don't you and I go together? Let the peak commander level martial artists and the martial artists with divine weapons stay behind to protect us. The rest of us will go in both directions and search together?" Ji Yao pondered for a moment and said, "All right. However, Feng Miexing, you don't have the right to order me around. This time, if it wasn't for Fang Ping." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Of course. If that's the case, then do it quickly to avoid wasting time." They did not delay any further. Fang Ping left about 20 people to guard the entrance. There were about 160 people from the 2 royal courts. There were 2 teams on the left and right. Each team had about 30 people. As for Fang Ping and Ji Yao, they led the mighty group of more than 80 people in a straight line, heading straight for the end of the battlefield. After walking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly scolded, "A bunch of idiots? Take out your divine weapons and hold them in your hands. As martial artists, don't you understand this? Once the battle starts and the divine weapons appear, the delay is enough for all of you to die." Everyone was speechless. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, but they were cursing in their hearts. Feng Miexing had gone crazy again. It only took an instant for divine weapons to appear from the Sanjiao Gate. Yet there were so many problems. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. A rank 9 divine weapon long halberd appeared in his hands. Many people were envious. Beside him, Ji Yao gave him a look and sneered without saying a word. Fang Ping humphed. "You don't have to. I don't expect you to participate in the battle either. Just don't get captured." Ji Yao glanced at him coldly. Feng Miexing had been going overboard recently. Although Feng Miexing was savage before, he was not as arrogant as he was now. Fang Ping did not look at her. Right now, Fang Ping was thinking about how to get rid of this group of people. There were too many of them. There were 80 of them. If his identity was really exposed, even though his golden body was powerful, he would not be able to withstand so many people joining forces. "I'll have to create some accidents along the way and continue to disperse these people. I'll have to defeat them one by one," Fang Ping thought to himself. His mentality had already probed outwards. He was ready to look for a monster's nest and start a war with them. There were many chaotic monsters in the king's battlefield. When the war started, he could fish in troubled waters. Chapter 763. Just as Fang Ping and the others entered. Rank 7 territory. Thousands of li away from Fang Ping and the others. Qin Feng Qing asked while eating monster meat roasted with energy stones. "It's so quiet. They're all gone. Is something going to happen?" Wang Jinyan looked around and said softly, "I'm afraid a decision maker has entered." Who? How would I know? Qin Fengqing said unhappily. Did Fang Ping enter or not? What's the rush? How can I not be? Qin Fengqing was a little mad, saying in grief and indignation. I've been in for 10 days. I was hunted for 10 days. I've lost a lot of money, not to mention money. I only have that little bit of wealth, and it's all gone. I was counting on this time to turn things around. Now how can I live like this? Last time Fang Ping and the others made a huge profit in the Land of Kings, he was so jealous he went crazy. A few rank 6 martial artists made hundreds of billions, even trillions, in one trip to the Land of Kings. Divine weapons were calculated by hundreds. He thought that since he was a rank 7, he should be able to make some money. He did not need much, even 100 billion would do. Now there was nothing left. The small amount of energy stones they had brought in had all been used up. Was it easy for him to get some energy stones from Fang Ping? Wang Jinyang ate on his own, ignoring him. Although it did not matter if they ate or not at their level, it was rare for them to relax, so they took the opportunity to rest. He ignored him. Li Hansong ate wildly while replying. We're not here to make money, nonsense, I'm here to make money. Qin Fengqing retorted. Nonsense, why would I come in if not to make money? I cultivated to rank 7, but I'm still a pauper. It's so hopeless. Now I have to freeload mines every time I cultivate. Am I shameless? I want my own mine too. His original intention was to come in and make a fortune. Li Hansong sighed. Don't be silly. How much money can you make if you make it yourself? Look at us, who isn't richer than you? Call me master. I'll think about it and teach you how to make a fortune. Qin Fengqing's face darkened. He snorted. Cut it out. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Call me master. This time I guarantee you'll make more than 100 billion, really? Li Hansong grinned. Why would I lie to you? Qin Fengqing didn't think about it and quickly said, Master! Wang Jinyang lowered his head. He couldn't look. Yao Qingjun looked at him disdainfully. Have some shame. Rank 7. Grandmaster. This fellow, in the future, whoever called him Grandmaster, he would have to take away his title of Grandmaster, and be ashamed to be associated with Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong grinned for a while, and Qin Fengqing hurriedly said, Tell me, how do we earn money? Li Hansong said calmly. What's the rush? I can't rely on you to earn money. I have to rely on Fang Ping. Now that everyone had disappeared, it was very likely that they had gathered together. Someone from the outside world had probably arrived. If Fang Ping wanted to come, he could only be in this group. However, there were too many people, so he might not have the chance to make a move. Let's not hide anymore. Let's show ourselves and split up. We'll split into 4 groups and lure them away to create an opportunity for Fang Ping. Doing this could be considered as a form of cooperation. This fellow Fang Ping's trip to the restricted area this time would not be a problem for him to scoop up at least 1 trillion resources. Let's work together. According to his personality, 10% would be enough for us to eat. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said dryly, We are going to be the bait now? The other party has gathered together. If Fang Ping doesn't come, do it or not. If you don't, then forget it. If you don't, find a place to hide. Qin Fengqing pinched his chin and thought for 3 seconds. He gritted his teeth and said, Do it. I'll bet that he's in the crowd. Anyway, you bastards have forced me into a dead end. It doesn't matter if I bet or not. If that bastard Fang Ping doesn't sneak in this time, we're doomed. Come, let's go lure him, don't rush. Li Hansong chuckled. Wang Jinyang laughed too. What's the rush? How can we do it? Old Zhao, your mentality is strong. Go and check where they are. Ironhead, go and see if there are any gathering places for monsters nearby. Do some statistics. When Old Zhao has news later, lure all the monsters out. We can't do less. At least 10 or so rank 7 monsters will be enough. Since we're going to be the bait, we can't make such a ruckus. If we make a bigger ruckus, we'll make a bigger ruckus and make them panic. Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin and said, I think, why don't we do it bigger, Iron Head? Don't you have the ultimate origin chi? Take the origin chi and rush into the crowd. I guarantee that they'll scatter. Those people are afraid of death too. If they gather together, they'll be targets. If one dies, a lot of them will die. If we break through them and lure the monsters to surround and kill them, it'll be a complete mess. Li Hansong nodded. Makes sense. Then I'll give this to you. You go, I'm not going. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. You have the divine armor. What are you afraid of? They won't kill you in a short time. I don't. If I rush over, they'll attack me together. They'll kill me in one move. Then take the origin chi and perish together with them. I don't want to die. The few of them joked for a while. Without further ado, they packed up and went on their separate ways. Somewhere else. Fan Ping did not mention the matter of splitting up. If he did, it would arouse suspicion. Fan Ping continued to lead the large team forward to investigate. Since he had nothing to do, Fan Ping suddenly asked, Ji Yao, do you think Bai Shanwei and the others will cross the border to the territory of supremacy? Ji Yao frowned. How would I know? They will. Fan Ping smiled. They definitely will. Since they've come to the place where the kings fight, are they here to sightsee? No, they have their own motives. The territory of supremacy is the center where the wind and clouds gather. That's why they'll come. Ji Yao thought about it and agreed. It would be strange if they really stayed in the venerable territory. However, Ji Yao glanced at Fan Ping and said, You're not as stupid as I thought. Stupid? Fan Ping chuckled. Enjoy these words yourself. Without waiting for her to get angry, Fan Ping said mildly, You think I'm stupid. Is it because of the incident at the territory of supremacy that you think I'm useless because my entire army was wiped out and I was forced to flee by Fan Ping? Isn't that the case? Ji Yao sneered. Fan Ping smiled. Yes, but you don't have to laugh at me. You're really miserable, but I am different. Ji Yao looked at him without saying a word. Fan Ping set up a barrier and said playfully, Do you really think I'm stupid? That means you're the real idiot. Think about it, what did I lose when the battle at the territory of supremacy ended? Nothing. Other than carrying the title of useless, I had nothing. On the contrary, I won. Feng Qing is dead. The Feng family can only push me to be the crown prince, the only crown prince. I can use the resources and mobilize the forces. If Feng Qing was still alive, would I be as carefree and unrestrained as I am now? The Feng family has 2 crown princes. Feng Qing has a higher chance than me. Would I have a chance? At that time, not only would I have to be careful of outsiders plotting against me, but I would also have to be careful of Feng Qing plotting against me. Ji Yao, do you understand? Ji Yao's expression kept changing. She said coldly, You're saying, Fan Ping wasn't wrong that day. That's right. Everything was part of my plan. Fan Ping chuckled. I purposely let them die. Let Feng Qing die. Let me be in a sorry state. Carry the title of trash. Let people lower their guard against me. Think that I'm only relying on Ancestor Wang. I like this feeling. Like everything is under my control. Ji Yao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, What are you trying to say by telling me all this now? Helping you is also helping me. Fan Ping's gaze was deep. He said as if he was talking in his sleep, Bai Shanwei, Hua Yu, Purple Moon. These people will all enter the territory of supremacy. Ji Yao, do you think you'll definitely become a lord? Do you think you'll succeed just because the Ji family wants you to be a lord? What a joke. The Ji family has a true king-level lord. Will others still give the Ji family a chance? The other true kings in Destiny Royal Court will really want the Ji family to have a third true king? As expected, Bai Shanwei and the others will become your biggest obstacle. Not only will King Bai Shan support him, but soon, There will also be a group of true kings supporting him. Fang Ping sneered. It's funny that you don't understand anything. You can't see through anything. The Ji family is so powerful. Who will agree? 3 true kings. You didn't even think about what happened to Li Zhu in the past. The Fate King is in charge of the True King Hall and your father is in charge of the royal court. Now that your father has entered the True King level, you still want you to continue? That's ridiculous. No matter how strong the Fate King is, can he suppress the heavens? You only know how to rely on your family and your father. You've never thought of relying on yourself. A person like you, even if you become a lord, will die sooner or later. Even the Fate Kings can't protect you. Jiao did not say anything. After a moment of silence, she said coldly, Continue. Hee hee. Fang Ping laughed. You're too naive. Today, I'll teach you that you can only rely on yourself in God's land. If you're not ruthless, how can you survive? Only by eliminating your opponents, framing others, and being the mastermind behind the scenes can you have the last laugh. I know that some people will say that Fang Ping might be hiding among us. Actually, what I want is for everyone to think this way. Ji Yao, let's work together. Let's work together. I'll help you eliminate Bai Shanwei, and you help me eliminate Hua Yu and the others. After that, we'll frame Fang Ping. We'll continue to be useless and suffer failure again. Ji Yao looked at him coldly. You want to kill them? Fang Ping snorted. You're an idiot for asking this. Ji Yao, you disappoint me. Do you think you're fit to rule Destiny Royal Court? If you really become the ruler of the Destiny Royal Court, they'll regret it. As for you, even if you become a lord, you'll be a puppet for the rest of your life. You have no right at all. Forcing you to take over will only harm you. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything about what happened today. No one will believe you even if you tell them. Instead, Bai Shanwei and the others will be more afraid of you and more wary of you. Jiao did not say anything. Suddenly, Phoenix Sparrow chirped. Fang Ping sensed it with his mentality and laughed. Look, even a monster is more decisive and intelligent than you. Clang, clang, Phoenix Sparrow was unhappy. Are you looking down on monsters? Fang Ping laughed. Phoenix Sparrow, you might as well follow me instead of Ji Yao. What can Ji Yao give you? Can she make you the guardian monster of the royal court? She doesn't have that ability. Besides, Destiny Royal Court is protected by the Black Dragon. If you follow her, you'll be her mount for the rest of your life. You understand that you should be ruthless, but Ji Yao doesn't. In God's land, how can someone who is irresolute and irresponsible be worthy of being a powerhouse? Ha! What a joke! Phoenix Sparrow did not seem angry this time. She chirped a few times and suddenly felt that Feng Niexing was quite good. Ji Yao seemed a little irresolute. Ji Yao saw that Feng Niexing and Phoenix Sparrow were chatting excitedly. She said coldly, Feng Niexing, we can't kill them. We need help. There's a risk of information being leaked. Fang Ping was disappointed again. You still don't understand. Fang Ping sighed. Fang Ping! Remember, everything was done by Fang Ping. Kill them together. After that, you and I will release the True King's clone and kill everyone else. Fang Ping said coldly. Remember, other than you and me, kill everyone who knows about this. Who do you think we are? If we live and everyone else dies, who can prove that we did it? But Fang Ping isn't here. Fang Ping sighed again. Fang Ping is full of tricks. Who knows where he is? The Imperial City has surrounded Fang Ping and we still can't find him. We can totally deny that Fang Ping has escaped again. If we can't find him, it's because the other powerhouses are useless. In other people's eyes, we are trash. So what if we have to bear the title of trash again? So many chieftains. Ji Yao's eyes showed her struggle. Feng Niexing was ruthless. He wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to kill everyone here. Ji Yao suddenly looked at him and said, How would this consort know if you would attack me or not? Fang Ping sighed helplessly. I need you to help me. Do you understand? I need someone who has nothing to do with me to help me, and you are the most suitable. You and I only need a fake marriage and a reputation. This is the biggest help to me. And you can also get help from Prince Feng Mansion. Wanzhou. Actually, he has already taken 2 paths. Fan Ping said in a low voice. This is Prince Feng Mansion's biggest secret, and also my sincerity. Wanzhou has already taken 2 paths, but he has been holding it in. Also, let me give you another piece of news. Li Zhu is not as simple as you think. Do you think he only knows how to scheme? He easily schemed and killed Mystic Jade True Monarch. You people from Destiny Royal Court are incomparably stupid. I always thought that you were very strong. In reality, if it wasn't for the resurrected martial artists restraining us, the Royal Court would have destroyed you long ago. Li Zhu. Actually, he has also taken 2 paths. Impossible! Ji Yao lost her voice in shock. How could it be? Sky Plant's Royal Court had 3 powerhouses who had taken 2 paths? Impossible! Fan Ping said coldly. You think it's impossible? Why do you think Wanzhou hid the fact that he has taken 2 paths? Who do you think Prince Feng Mansion's biggest enemy is? It's Li Zhu. If it wasn't for Li Zhu, do you think that Destiny Royal Court can really overpower Sky Plant's Royal Court? We have internal problems, that's why you people think that Destiny Royal Court is invincible. What a joke! Ji Yao was so shocked that she could not extricate herself. Li Zhu had taken 2 paths. So had Prince Feng. Sky Plant's Royal Court actually had 3 powerhouses who had taken 2 paths. No way! Impossible! Ji Yao looked at Fan Ping abruptly and said in disbelief. You're lying to me, aren't you? Fan Ping sneered and said regretfully. You're really too stupid. Lie to you? Is there a need for that? Do you know why I told you all this? I told you, every man for himself. I don't care about others, I only want to win. I want to become the Lord, to become a true king. The Great War is coming. Not only with the land of rebirth, but also with the war to unify divine land. As soon as he said that, Ji Yao's expression changed again. She hurriedly said, What war to unify? Fan Ping growled. Don't ask these stupid questions. Do you think that we're planning all this just for the land of rebirth? What a joke! Fan Ping said coldly. This war is not only about the land of rebirth, but also the war to unify the entire divine land. Other than that, why do you think these people continue to endure when they step onto the second path? Because they're all waiting. The second king is about to be resurrected. Ji Yao was stunned once again. Fan Ping, however, was secretly satisfied. Did I scare you with what I said? He was just spouting nonsense. It was so mixed that you couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Some things, he was spouting nonsense. Some things, he was telling the truth. For example, the Lord was very strong, this was true. For example, the second king was about to be resurrected. It was not true now, but it might become true in the future. Old Zhang had this plan. Life King and the rest might not be unaware of it. When Ji Yao told Life King and the rest, perhaps Life King and the rest would help him prove that it was true. That's why, at this time, everyone is conserving their strength and improving their strength. Only the Sky Fate Royal Court is stupid enough to participate in the battle of rebirth. Of course, maybe Life King and the rest have their own plans. Fan Ping laughed. Ji Yao, I've said so much. Can you understand what I'm saying? The Great War is coming. The powerhouses have their own plans. When that time comes, everyone below the true king will be pawns. I'm not willing to be a pawn. I'm not willing to be abandoned. That's why I want to be a chess player. That's why I want to become a lord. I want to become a true king as soon as possible. As for you, don't think that you have a good chance. Time waits for no man. Can you really wait until that day comes? Wake up! In this world, only you and I can work together to help each other go further. As he said that, Fan Ping laughed. Of course, there's also the phoenix sparrow. The phoenix sparrow, your ancestor is the phoenix king who guards the royal court, but you're not. The phoenix sparrow guards the royal court, but you have a master too. Ji Yao and I will become the lord, then we'll help you. We'll unify the 3 royal courts and work together. This is the best choice. Our identities and positions are the same. Our needs are the same too. Ji Yao bit her lip and said, What do you want to do? Wait first. When those people come to rule the region, you and I will work together. We'll say that Fang Ping is among them and that he's one of them. We'll work together to kill him. Don't worry about the news leaking. In the end, we'll kill everyone and the news won't leak. Ji Yao, can you control your subordinates? Ji Yao said, I can. Fang Ping muttered, On my side, there are some people that need to be eliminated. Later, we'll find a chance to kill all of Hua Yu's subordinates. Just say that they died in the hands of Wang Jinyang and the others. If we work together, we can suppress all opposition. Ji Yao was silent. After a moment of silence, she said in a slightly gloomy tone, Did the Maple King and Lord Li really step onto the second path? What's the point of lying to you? Fang Ping laughed. Actually, you just didn't think about it. If you really have doubts, you'll understand after a little testing. That day in Myriad Dao Palace, I purposely made people think that the Lord was Fang Ping and had them check him. At that moment, didn't you realize that the Lord was actually afraid? He wanted to hide himself. He didn't dare to let anyone check him. At that moment, the phoenix sparrow's vitality exploded. Do you think it was just a coincidence? No, the Lord was purposely diverting attention. That's why I even suspect that the Lord had the same idea as me, to frame Fang Ping and let the resurrected martial artist bear all the blame for us. This is what we need to see. Ji Yao recalled the situation that day and said slowly, Actually, we also suspected at that time. But I just thought that maybe the Lord Li was worried that the Maple King would plot against him, or that he had recovered his original strength, so he didn't do anything. I didn't expect that he would step onto 2 paths. As she said that, Ji Yao asked, How did you know? Fang Ping laughed. Do you think that I only rely on the Lord King's support? You're wrong. The Heavenly Plant's royal court is more complicated than you think. Of course, I still have people supporting me. King Qian? Fang Ping laughed but said nothing. I won't say. Because I'm talking nonsense. But this woman is so gullible. I was still thinking about how to kill all of them. Now, maybe I have a way. He and Ji Yao were both bigwigs. First, get rid of Hua Yu's subordinates. When Hua Yu and the others came in, he and Ji Yao would work together to frame these rank 8 martial artists and make them kill each other. Then, he would come out and clean up the mess. How simple was that? The people he brought from the royal court were all from the Maple King's faction. These people could still be relied on for now. In the end, I'll be killed by Ji Yao, leave some alive and let the matter be exposed. I wonder if the 2 royal courts will be in chaos? Purposely raise the strength of the Maple King and Li Zhu. When Ji Yao gets out alive and tells the Fate King, will the Destiny Royal Court still dare to cooperate with the Heavenly Plant's Royal Court? It's true that Li Zhu has strength. Moreover, he should be a true king-level powerhouse. Only I know this now. If the Destiny Royal Court confirm that Li Zhu has strength, then they will definitely be suspicious and worried. TSK, the inside of the fortress will be breached. And all this needed an important person to convey all this. Ji Yao. Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao again. Good person. Forget it, I won't kill you. I'll just rob you. There was also the monster Phoenix Sparrow. She was a little ambitious. Perhaps he could use her to mess up the royal court's defense. I'm too much of a genius. No, I'm half a genius. Ji Yao and Phoenix Sparrow are also half stupid. Fang Ping praised himself for a while in his heart. He felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he was not the real Feng Mieshing. Otherwise, if he was Feng Mieshing, then he would have really made a fortune. Perhaps he could really join forces with Ji Yao and become the lord, become a true king, and even pull the Ji family into his side. Feng Yexing is an idiot. He has status but no intelligence. He's not like me, Fang Ping. I'm talented and intelligent. He deserves to be killed. At this moment, Ji Yao suddenly said, "What if they enter the territory together? What do we do?" There were dozens of venerable martial artists. Fang Ping sighed. "Surround and kill one of them first. You and I have reached an agreement. Killing is easy. For example, why you? I said he's Fang Ping, and you said so too. Purple Moon and the others can't wait to kill him. It's just right. We can give them an excuse. Everyone has a tacit understanding that we can definitely kill him. There are many ways. This is the simplest. Or we can split them up. We have our own people in the territory, and they will probably come together. These people won't expect us to really dare to kill them here. Bai Shanwei has a true king's clone. I know, but how many people can a true king's clone kill? Just stay away from them and let the martial artists under us do it. If they don't die now, they will die sooner or later. It's better to recycle them," Fang Ping said with a smile. "This time, you and I brought the most people. The others didn't bring many people. We'll get rid of their commanders and subordinates first. It won't be too difficult to kill them. Ji Yao, you're not afraid, are you?" "Why would I be afraid?" Ji Yao snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. She was trembling in her heart. Feng Yexing was so vicious. There were so many high-ranked martial artists, hundreds of them. They were the royal court's elites. The venerables were the royal court's high-end combat strength. Yet he killed them just like that, without hesitation. "But—" Ji Yao struggled a little, but Feng Yexing was right. If she wanted to become the Lord King, Bai Shanyue's faction was also her opponent. Previously, Tian Yu had purposely given the 100 Mountains holy fruit to provoke them. "The people from Sky Plant's royal court are too scary. Lord Li, King Feng, and even Feng Yexing, who I look down on, has been plotting against us. That time, he was the one who deliberately killed Feng Qing and the others. And Li Yi. I heard that Li Yi has also been pretending and putting on an act." Ji Yao suddenly felt extremely insecure. She wanted to return to Destiny Royal Court. Without the royal ancestor and her father by her side, she felt unsafe everywhere. She felt that those who were stupid were all acting. What they saw might not be true. At this moment, she recalled what Ji Nan had said earlier. "Because I'm not strong enough. If I were a true king, they wouldn't have plotted against me so easily." Ji Yao murmured in her heart. "Yes, because I'm not strong enough, and I'm not as ruthless as them, so I have to be more ruthless." Chapter 764. Fang Ping and Ji Yao chatted for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, "Men!" Soon, a few martial artists arrived. Fang Ping glanced at them. They were all brought from Prince Feng's mansion. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I've thought of an important problem. If Fang Ping finds out that we've surrounded and killed his friends, there's a high chance that he'll take the opportunity to sneak into the battlefield. The few of you, go to the entrance immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Whether they were leaving or coming in, he would kill them all. Remember, anyone. The people who should have entered the territory have already entered, and those who should have left have already left. Right now, no matter who enters or leaves, they are not our people." Fang Ping is very good at disguising himself. No matter who it is, unless Ji Yao and I show up at the same time, he will kill them immediately. "Your Highness." The commanders hesitated. "Kill them all?" "If someone from the royal court came in from the outside," Fang Ping said coldly. "What?" "This commander's orders are no longer effective." "I wouldn't dare." A peak rank 7 martial artist beside him said hurriedly, "Your Highness, if the royal court sends an intelligence." Fang Ping barked, Idiot! Now that we have hundreds of people here at the king's battlefield, what other information does the royal court have to send over? Anyone from the palace who came in now could very well be Fan Ping in disguise. Remember my words, kill them all on the spot. Even if I kill the wrong person, I will bear the consequences. It's not up to you to question me. Yes, sir. The few of them answered immediately. Fan Ping shouted, Go quickly. Tell the others at the entrance that if Fan Ping sneaks into your group, it doesn't matter if you die, but if anything happens to me, your entire family will die. Yes, sir. Fan Ping looked at Ji Yao and said, Ji Yao, send 2 people from your side too. Remember what I said. No matter who it is, kill them all. Someone dared to show mercy and let the enemy escape. Humph. Fan Ping let out a cold humph. Ji Yao did not say anything else. She barked, Go, watch the entrance. Remember, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Yes, sir. A few people from the Destiny Royal Court responded as well. Now that Feng Mieshing and Ji Yao had reached an agreement, there was no room for doubt in the rank 7 region. Not even the descendants of other true kings. Soon, the 5 of them left the line and headed for the entrance. Ji Yao waited for them to leave before glancing at Fan Ping. Fan Ping said telepathically, To prevent anyone from running away and reporting the news, that would be very troublesome. Ji Yao snorted. I don't need you to teach me. Fan Ping cursed under his breath. What are you humming for? You're an idiot. I'm afraid that someone outside will find out and come in to report. They had to guard against this. However, most of the people from the rank 7 region had been brought in by them. There were very few people who could enter now, so it was hard to say if there were any. Those who came in to report the news could only wait for death. There were still dozens of people at the entrance. Fan Ping looked around for a while, continuing to transmit his voice. Can everyone on your side be trusted? Ji Yao looked around and quickly said, A few of them are under Bai Shanyue's command. Let's find an opportunity to split up and get rid of these people. Ji Yao, don't tell me you can't even do this? Ji Yao frowned and said, Just let our people surround and kill them. Fan Ping growled. Idiot, who knows if they have planted spies around us? We have to hide first to prevent the news from leaking when we surround and kill Bai Shanwei and the others. When we really attack, even if they are spies, they won't be able to turn the situation around. Ji Yao, you're disappointing me more and more. Ji Yao gritted her teeth hatefully, but she did not speak anymore. She had to learn something from her memory. These treacherous people were indeed more scheming than she was. Now that they were exposed, if there were spies that were not eliminated, it would be very troublesome when the time came. Ji Yao did not speak. Fan Ping said again, Can Tiger Peak be trusted? Do we need to kill him? On Destiny Royal Court's side, a total of 4 descendants of the true king had come this time. Ji Yao, Xianjun, Bai Shanwei, Tiger King's descendant, Tiger Peak. Tiger Peak was also a peak rank 7. This time, he was moving together with Ji Yao. Ji Yao glanced at Tiger Peak, who was not far away. Her voice transmission sounded a little complicated. Tiger Peak is Grandpa Tiger King's descendant. Grandpa Tiger King treats me very well. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Yao suddenly said, Kill them all together. If there were more people, the risk of information being leaked would be higher. If Tiger Peak died, others might not believe that she was the one who did it because Tiger King was on Life King's side. In the past, when she went out of the Forbidden Catacombs, it was also Tiger King who protected her and sent her back. Outside the Forbidden Catacombs, it was also Tiger King who protected her. The Ji family and the Tiger family were also allies. If Tiger Peak died here, no one would believe that Ji Yao was the one who did it because she had no reason to do so. Fan Ping could not help but look at her. This woman really learned fast. I only made the first move, and you already learned to kill your own people and frame others? How cold-blooded. But I like it. Fan Ping sneered in his heart. Tiger Peak, maybe he had to think of a way to stay. Tiger Peak trusted Ji Yao a lot. But the person he trusted, the person he loved, suddenly betrayed him and wanted to kill him. One could imagine how crazy and resentful Hu Feng was at that time. Once they left the imperial battlefield, Hu Feng might go crazy. The more he loved her, the more he wanted to take revenge. When that time came, Tiger King might completely fall out with the Ji family. Some of the things said by the descendants of the Tiger King were much more convincing than those said by other people. It's time for Destiny Royal Court to fall into chaos. I can't just get involved in everything. Fang Ping sneered in his heart. He used his mentality to transmit his voice again. That will have to wait until the end. If Tiger Peak dies now, people will be suspicious. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and transmitted his voice. Maybe killing Phoenix Sparrow will be better. Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. She looked at him, gritting her teeth. After a long time, she humphed. No need. Fang Ping smiled and did not say much. Beside him, Ji Yao frowned, her expression turning colder. This time, was it good or bad to work with Feng Niesheng? Maybe she should kill Feng Niesheng in the end. Completely annihilated. However, since Feng Niesheng dared to mention this, he might have a secret plan. Working with the Feng family might be better. Ji Yao thought to herself, and did not say anything. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to look for opportunities to continue exploring the monster's lairs. After exploring for a while, Fang Ping suddenly looked ahead, his brows moving slightly. Not only Fang Ping, but Ji Yao also looked ahead suddenly and said coldly, There's something strange. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said slowly, The monster's aura is very strong and chaotic. There are many monsters ahead. Ji Yao glanced at him and said lightly, Your immortal god isn't weak. Feng Niesheng had just become an upper stage commander, yet he had discovered the abnormality before the peak commander martial artists. Ji Yao was a little surprised, but then she understood. Of course, Feng Niesheng was confident. Otherwise, he would not have calculated so much. Fang Ping did not care too much. He shouted, Men! Go ahead and investigate. We've encountered the chaotic monsters. Seeing that many people wanted to go, Fang Ping shouted, 3 to 5 people will do. Don't be disturbed. Very soon, 4 martial artists went straight ahead. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks and shouted again. The rest of you, wait for news. Don't panic. Seeing that Fang Ping had arranged everything clearly, Ji Yao did not bother anymore. Everyone waited. After a while, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There was a human's aura. Old Wang and the rest. Fang Ping did not say anything. His mentality was probably the strongest among these people. He was also the first to discover it. After a while, the few people who went to investigate suddenly shouted from afar, Your Highness, the monsters are attacking. They're attracted by the resurrected martial artists. *M in it. Fang Ping cursed and shouted, Quick, don't let them escape. Kill. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, he led everyone and charged into the distance. At this time, everyone could feel the aura of the resurrected martial artists in the distance. They were all leading a group of monsters in their direction. Your Highness, there are a lot of monsters, shut up. Kill them. Don't let anyone escape. Fang Ping shouted angrily. Then he saw Wang Jinyang in the crowd and shouted, Come with the team. Chase after them. As he said that, he pointed. Among the people that Hua Yu had handed over to him, 4 to 5 people were there. When they saw Feng Niesheng pointing, they did not hesitate and quickly followed Fang Ping and charged into the distance. Fang Ping used the flight step and shouted, Leave half of you to resist the monsters. The rest, split into 4 teams and kill them. Quick! Fang Ping shouted. Then, he looked at Wang Jinyang who had already escaped to the side and roared. Wang Jinyang! Today is the day you die. Don't even think about escaping. Fang Ping was extremely fast. He led about 10 people and charged toward Wang Jinyang. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Your Highness, be careful of the trap." "Shut up. Do as I say." "Quick!" Fang Ping shouted. He had already led his people away from the main group. Ji Yao, who remained in place, glanced at her surroundings and suddenly shouted, "Men, chase after that fellow with this consort." As she said that, Ji Yao pointed at Qin Feng Qing, who was the weakest. Then she shouted at Hu Feng. "Hu Feng, bring some people to kill that Li Han Song." Hu Feng did not hesitate. He hurriedly led a lot of people to chase after Li Han Song. On the other side, a peak rank 7 martial artist also led a lot of people to chase after Yao Qingjun. The rest of the people quickly charged at the demonic beasts that were converging from all directions. "Wang Jinyang, don't even think about escaping." Fan Ping unleashed a burst of speed and bellowed hysterically, "Stop right there. Otherwise, this commander will kill your little lover." In front of him, Wang Jinyang, who was running madly, stopped in his tracks. "Mother *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************1 Fan Ping. Old Wang was dumbfounded. "I thought you would just be a foot soldier when you snuck in. You actually became the boss." At this time, Fan Ping seemed to be cursing casually. He continued to yell, "Not just your lover, I will kill your entire family. You still want to run? Today, you will definitely die. Quick, surround him!" Fan Ping yelled as he made arrangements. The people around him were actually having a headache. If His Highness wanted to kill him, then kill him. Why did he have to say so much? However, at this time, they could not care less. One by one, they chased after Wang Jinyang. They surrounded him from all sides, ready to surround and kill him. Fan Ping increased his speed by 30%, passing by the crowd. His mentality spread rapidly. He said telepathically, "Quick, find a more secluded place." "There's no need for that. Since I'm surrounded, I want to live too. I won't attack again." Fan Ping sneered. "I don't think you can escape either. Wang Jinyang, I didn't expect you to be so stupid to fall into our hands so easily." Wang Jinyang laughed. "I'm very stupid, but Fan Ping is even more stupid. Actually, Fan Ping doesn't know that I've long disliked him and wanted to kill him. Oh right, if I kill him, do you still have the rewards that the catacombs promised?" Fan Ping laughed out loud. "Of course. However, do you think you're qualified to kill Fan Ping?" Wang Jinyang laughed too. "Why not? Fan Ping may be stronger than me, but he's actually very stupid. If I want to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake." Fan Ping gritted his teeth. As he moved closer, he scolded, "Only I can kill Fan Ping. You don't have the right. If you say Fan Ping is stupid, you're even more stupid than him. I'm not as stupid as him." The people around him were about to break down. His Highness must be crazy. He was already surrounded. He could either be captured or killed. What was he doing with all the nonsense? Fan Ping and old Wang scolded each other for a while. Suddenly he shouted, "Capture him, Wang Jinyang. If you dare to resist, you'll die." Wang Jinyang said lazily, "I won't resist." Everyone was stunned again. So easy? Even so, these people did not let down their guard. They pounced on Wang Jinyang one after another. These people were already very close to Wang Jinyang, ready to capture him. In the next moment, everyone's vision went black. Everyone was shocked. In the dark, they heard Fan Ping shout, "Gather here quickly!" In the next moment, everyone gathered in the direction of the voice. A peak rank 7 martial artist had just rushed to Fan Ping's side when he was greeted by a golden broadsword. Pfft! The broadsword flashed and disappeared. The man's head fell to the ground. Even now, his eyes were still full of fear and disbelief. His Highness killed him? He was a member of the Maple King's faction. Fan Ping killed the man with one slash and attacked quickly. In the dark, many people were still at a loss, but they would not sit still and wait for death. They all rushed toward Fan Ping. As Fang Ping hacked at them, he laughed and said, "Old Wang, your acting skills are really bad." Beside him, Wang Jinyan watched him kill people like he was watching a show. He said impatiently, "Get lost! If I knew you were doing so well, we wouldn't have stayed here and suffered." Cough, cough. It's not really good. Don't mention it. If you guys don't make some noise, I'll be left behind. Damn it! He's Fang Ping! Only then did someone react. Instantly, they cursed in fear. Fang Ping! Feng Mieshing was Fang Ping? Fang Ping slashed again and chopped off the head of the middle stage rank 7 martial artist who was shouting the loudest. After he was done, he scolded. "Shut up! Do you think you're awesome by being so loud?" I'm Feng Mieshing. The Feng Mansion has already reached an agreement with the resurrected martial artist. What the F***ck do you know? These words were even more shocking than Fang Ping saying he was Fang Ping. In an instant, the remaining few people felt like their worldview was about to collapse. What was real? What was fake? Beside them, Wang Jinyan was completely speechless. This guy's bad taste had not changed. Even when he died, he would make people die unreconciled. Every time you fool the dead, doesn't your conscience feel uneasy? Fang Ping did not care about this. Wang Jinyan watched him kill people like he was cutting melons and vegetables. He sighed. This house of yours is really useful. Once you enter, you can't run away. You can kill rank 7s more effortlessly than a rank 9 killing rank 7s. Nonsense. Do you think it's useless to spend so much imperishable substance? As Fang Ping spoke, his body flickered with a golden glow. A roar sounded. Fang Ping's golden glow trembled. He was speechless. Is it fun to self-destruct? In the time it took to exchange a few words, more than 10 rank 7 martial artists had all been killed by him. Fang Ping waved his hand casually. Then he cursed. Mother Cur, I told them not to take back their divine weapons. These bastards actually took away 2 divine weapons. They killed 12 people and only got 10 divine weapons. They did it on purpose, didn't they? Wang Jinyan was completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, both of them appeared outside the golden house. Fang Ping sensed for a while. He smiled. Someone is coming from behind. So many people have died. The next show won't be easy. Remember, 1 or 2 more times will do. Not more. I still have a big show later. I can't kill everyone now. As Fang Ping said that, he added quickly. There will be a big battle soon. The few of you better hide first. At the end of the battle, you or Iron Head, pretend to be me and show your face. Remember, you have to wait until I fight Jiao before you show your face. It'll be best if there are a few witnesses to prove that Fang Ping is among you. Wang Jinyan said quickly. You want to expose your identity? How are you going to leave then? You guys help me look for an alias. See if there are any dead human martial artists here. If you find one, lend me your identity. Okay. Fang Ping sensed that many people were approaching from behind. He said quickly again. It's best if one of you goes out first. Help me check out the situation. You guys are in danger too. Qin Fengqing is not a resurrected martial artist. Those true kings might not fall out with him just to kill him. Ask him to find a chance to go out and contact old Zhang at the end of the battle. See how many true king powerhouses are out there. Once I go out, if there are true kings guarding me, they might kill me without caring about anything. You must protect me. If I die this time, it'll be a big loss. Why don't I go out first? It'll be dangerous for you if you go out. Right now, the true kings here in the catacombs are going crazy. I'm afraid the resurrected martial artists will also be on the list of people who must be killed. Let Qin Fengqing go. Tell that fellow that there will be danger, but there will be plenty of benefits. You must be reliable. Old Zhang might not be able to do it alone. After he snatches us, run straight away. Deliver the message. Don't worry about anything else. Okay. The two of them talked quickly. Fan Ping suddenly slashed with his saber. A loud boom resounded through the sky. "Damn it! Wang Jinyang! Don't you dare!" Fan Ping roared. He tossed the corpses aside casually and punched again, exploding the corpses. Then, he roared again. "True King's Avatar! Damn it, you actually have a true King's Avatar! Rumble!" Fan Ping roared as he bombarded the valley. Old One glanced at him, feeling a little helpless. "Aren't you tired of singing a one-man show? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you anymore." Old Wang did not delay either. He left quickly. Before he left, he roared. "Feng Miexing, consider yourself lucky that I didn't kill you this time. You think you're qualified to kill me?" Fan Ping roared again and again, punching harder. The surrounding area was almost completely blasted by him. After thinking for a while, Fan Ping gave himself another punch. He hit himself until his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dirt. Wang Jinyang, who had already gone far away, saw that Fan Ping was especially energetic and felt helpless again. What did this fellow Fan Ping learn in the past 2 years? The catacombs people were really unlucky to meet this fellow. "Your Highness!" An anxious roar came from afar. Fan Ping roared. "Chase! Damn it, chase him quickly! I don't believe that he has a second true King's Avatar." As he spoke, many people had already caught up to him. Seeing the blood seeping from the corner of Fan Ping's mouth, the valley completely blasted into a sinkhole, and some mutilated corpses scattered everywhere. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Soon, however, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Feng Miexing was not dead. If Feng Miexing was dead, it would be a terrible disaster. Fan Ping's expression, however, was somber. He roared angrily. "Why are you looking at me? Chase him quickly! Don't let him get away! He wants to kill me with a mere avatar? Wishful thinking! He really thinks that I'm unprepared." Many people were shocked. His Highness had a lot of life-saving techniques. Lord Feng King was indeed powerful. Despite thinking about it, many people in the crowd quickly chased after Wang Jinyang. Fan Ping's expression was ugly. He shouted, "Go back and gather! Damn it, these fellows have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, but I don't think they have many avatars to use." A commander-level powerhouse in the Feng Mansion said hurriedly, "It's good that your Highness is fine. The land of rebirth's true King's avatars are not unlimited. It's worth it to use more than 10 people's lives in exchange for one avatar. Moreover, not many of our people died. They are all His Highness's Huayu and the rest." Fan Ping humphed. "This is a little troublesome. Huayu and the rest died as soon as they arrived. These useless people actually gathered together and let the avatars kill them. How stupid!" Fan Ping cursed a few times. His expression was livid. Without another word, he led his people and flew back. As for Wang Jinyang, he had disappeared long ago. It was obvious that they could not catch up to him. Let's go back first and discuss this at length. We've just arrived and we've already suffered heavy losses. The martial artists who resurrected are indeed cunning. All of you are also useless. Nobody actually reported that they have a true King's Avatar. If something happens to me, none of you can escape." Everyone was speechless. They could not be blamed for this. When some of them were chasing after Wang Jinyang and the rest, they did not see them use this. Perhaps they felt that they were not worth using the true King's Avatar. Fan Ping did not say anything else. His expression was still ugly. For a moment, the others did not dare to ask anything else. All of them were trembling with fear. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.